And we back for day 2, chat. Technically day 1, but whatever. Oh, chat, it's such a wonderful day in the neighborhood. Yo, what it do, Sergeant Salt? Appreciate you stopping by. How are you doing? Shit, bro. What it do? We all about that life, chat. Just getting back into it, man. Welcoming everybody in. We got a lot of stuff to do. I'm not sure I've been over here, but I'm taking the rounds telling streamers about the website I made. Yeah, you told me. I checked it out. I thought it was cool. You said for reviews or whatever. I mean, my review thing is just like it's pretty rudimentary, like how I do it. Like it involves paint and other stuff, but it's not a big deal. I'd have to check it out, like the site. Like I'd have to check your site out during like a next review. So like whenever the next set is, I think it's Pioneer Masters I don't really care about because like I know what cards are in it. So it would be like whatever the next set is in February or whatnot. So if you're able to have it updated to where I can try to use that and see how that works, then yeah, like the next standard set or the next like historic, whatever the next big premiere set is, I could try that. Oh shit. And we got VIPs in the house. Yeah, it's the death race or whatever the hell, you know. However however these sets are named. Let's go on Stormbreath. Yeah. All right. Now you're gonna make me look this up. Let's see. Man, you sounded like me, bro. Aether Drift? Is that what it's called? Yeah, so Valentine's Day, Aether Drift. So yeah, Aether Drift will be whenever I'll try to use that. Just, you're gonna have to remind me because I guarantee I'll forget. Because basically what I do for reviews, basically what I do for reviews is I wait until the whole set is spoiled. And I try not to look at the cards. Like, it's very hard to do because I'm on Twitter all the time. And I'm in Discords and on Facebook, and like I'm connected to the Magic community, so it's like very hard for me not to see it. But I try to not look at as many cards as I can, and then I go and look through all of the set, and then I read all the cards, and then I skim through them and pick the ones that I think are constructed playable, and then I download the images, and then I use like image glass or whatever to program or to show them, and then I take one of the spoiler graphics and I just paint out the other stuff, and then I just paste or take OBS, and then I just crop the window for the glass, and then I just cycle through the cards that way. That's literally how I do it. Full transparency here, man. It's not a lot. Like, I literally take the card that's in the foundation, like for foundations, whatever card. I don't remember what the card was that I took, but I basically use paint and white it out, and then just use that, and then I just paste the window over it, and I go through that way. Yeah, I don't do full set reviews because I'm not a limited player. So like, how I would use a site for reviews or previews or whatever would be, I would have to be able to like make a folder or make multiple folders or something where I only need to show one card and then like cycle through that way. I don't know how the website would be set up that way, because that's one of the reasons why I don't go through Mythic Spoiler, is because they have like a bunch of cards and zooming in like screws up the site. So that's why I just take the pictures that way. I know other people do different things. I just wanted to be as rudimentary as possible so that like it doesn't have to be, in my opinion, it doesn't have to be special. People know what cards are. It doesn't have to be like crazy. So like all I care about is the card picture. And I just use the background just so that it fills the scene. Like it doesn't have to be like, I think people who make like videos or content that's like full of editing tricks and all that, unless it's very specific that that's what they do, like that's like their big thing, the majority of time when I see people do like editing tricks and stuff, I think it's because their content sucks. Like they're like trying to compensate, if that makes sense. Like I care about the content. I don't care about how the editing tricks are. Now I can make it better. It's not a slight against them. I'm just saying that the majority of videos that I see, like a bunch of people make a lot of, like their content seems to, I don't have a specific example. I wish I did, where I've seen videos where people do editing tricks and it's like, yeah, that's cool and all, but that doesn't add to the content. I want to know, I don't care about the attention. I want the information. I know that's not everybody, because we live in a situation or a world now that has like the attention span of a damn goldfish, so. Where you doom scroll and are listening to an audiobook or music while watching an anime, while watching a YouTube video, and playing a gacha game at the same time, just completely turning your brain into mush because you don't even like your own thoughts. Did I say that out loud? Trust me, chat, I'm in a good mood. So, the 2025 standard set release: Aether Drift, Tarkir Dragonstorm, Final Fantasy UB, Edge of Eternities, Spider-Man UB, and some other UUB because reasons. Yeah, basically. It's even more sad when the UB is not going to be like 200 cards, you know what I mean? Like it's going to be like 30 cards. Sort of like man, how listen, chat, how is it possible that we are in a world today where we are effectively getting alchemy drops that are named UBs, university, ha ha ha, universe beyond sets? That's literally what they are. We're getting alchemy drops every 3 months. Alchemy was the test run, man. We got. So everybody that hates alchemy, which I don't, but all those people that hate alchemy and no, they're not full sets, man. Go look up all the universe beyond sets. Like, nah, they're like 100 cards, right? Like, I'm not. I don't. All right, look, I'm all about full transparency and hold on. So, Assassin's Creed, because that was the last one, right? I guess I could just go to Mythic Spoiler, I guess. Yeah, so Assassin's Creed was 100 cards. Fallout was a full set. All right, so they are full sets, so I was wrong. Well, Lord of the Rings was an actual set. I know it was a UB, but that's not the, in my opinion, that's not the same thing. It's not like Doctor Who, but I guess it could be the same thing, right? Yeah, I guess it is the same thing. Yeah. Well, they are. I guess they are full sets. So I'm a liar. Chad, cancel me. I'm a liar. Assassin's Creed was the smallest at 100 cards. What's going on, Canon? Then why are people outraged then? That's not a huge deal. I thought they were 200 cards. You're canceled. It's you Apostrophe RE Stormbreath. Get your English right. Kappa. Canceled trash toilet bowl. Yep. Absolutely. Well, your canceled is canceled. Fully canceled. Like 100% canceled, if you know what I mean. Hey, look, man. So, right before we get started with the review and then some standard games, because this format basically is in hamstrung status until next Tuesday. So I'm just gonna play the deck and be happy about it for a couple of matches or whatever, and then we can either brew before or after, I don't know. But basically, I don't know if it's feasible to stream every day, but I'm gonna try. As in the main days. Oh my god, do some push-ups, Sarge. I'm pretty sure that Ryan is talking to Sergeant Salt. Don't you have a raid to go to, bro? Or do you guys still play that game anymore, Kappa? Just hoping Final Fantasy pays homage to the original Final Fantasy game. You're going to have to be more specific because the OG Final Fantasy game was like for fucking Atari. Appreciate you hanging out, Sergeant Salt. See you around. Hope to catch you next time. Not before I see you first, Kappa. Yeah, that's like Final Fantasy 1. Nah, the guild fell apart after someone passed away, and difference in view with the raid leader. Yeah, because that was the healer, right? I can't remember her name for the life of me. And then I know that, which is sad to hear, yeah. And then, yeah, Becca. And then, like, that was right around the time. Well, I was already out of it by then, but I know Ron like had a difference of opinion, and some of the guild members, and yeah, I don't know how that all, because I remember trying to come back and I was like, this game's dumb. Yeah, for those who don't know, Telru was one of our raid leaders for our WoW guild for an RP server. I was their mage DPS. I know you guys never did. I just know that was just the server we were on. Even though we called each other by our WoW names, which was even more weird, but sure. But it's looking like if everything goes the way it's supposed to, I should be able to stream like 4 or 5 days a week. And then try to do like some YouTube shit if possible, but I'm not really caring about that too much. Well, I have some free time as I was fired from my 10-year job, so maybe I might do something. I mean, I'm sorry that you got fired from a job that you were at 10 years. Nobody should go through that. I know this is like probably not going to make you feel any better, but it just made me remind me of something. When I was at TDY, at Jackson this past week, or the last 2 weeks, I just came back from it like a couple days ago. I don't know if this is true or not, I just saw it on the sign. There was a homeless guy that was next to a gas station, and he had a sign that said, "Homeless, got fired from my job of 25 years and was left with nothing." I was like, damn, dude. It's like the worst thing ever. I did it longer than the army. That's kind of, yeah, that's true. Well, I don't know if he was a vet. I just know that that's what I saw. This is kind of shitty, you know what I mean? But yeah, so the series is going to run of already applying to places. Yeah. Hey, man, they'll always be looking for people for GS jobs and GG jobs, man. If you want to go that route. Or contractor. I see it all the time in fucking Georgia, so. Hydrate, motherfucker. This bitch, bro. So aerospace, doing what exactly? NDA. Okay. You're funny. Man, that was funny. Okay. Database admin? Okay. All right, bro. Okay. Well, yeah. Keck. All right, we got cards to talk about. I've already said I'm going to try to stream like 4 or 5 days a week here. Just so the series is me. My job is to queue for the PT. He works at Area 49, bro. Stop. No, not 42, because that would mean that he was doing actual life-altering things. And we all know that the meaning of life is 42. Which we all know bullshit. No, you didn't. Stop. If you did, you would have just kept the NDA. Caffeine. Literally. Anyway. So there's a MTG Con on in Atlanta. It's in September. So my job is to queue for the PT in Atlanta because I live like 2 hours away from Atlanta. And it's in September of next year. So I have to queue. Well, the Hitchhiker's Guide also told you a lot of other shit, but we don't listen to them either, do we? Because we're not hitchhiking the guide to any galaxy other than ours. Anyway. All right. So we got red, green, multicolor, and colorless. And we're doing as many cards. I didn't split them up. We did black, blue, and white yesterday. Or not yesterday. Sunday. So here we go. All right. Let's see some cardboard. Absolutely. All right. Hey, look, your boy Abraid's back. 1 red, 1 colorless. Just choose one as an instant. We all know what Abraid does, but for those who don't know, 3 damage to a creature or destroy target artifact. I think there's more enchantments than artifacts, and Abraid's been around for a bit, but I think that Abraid should be around for far longer than most people think it should, because Abrade is like a ubiquitous card that always gets reprinted and it's always good. Hasn't been nearly as good as it used to be, just because there's like permanents that do this, and like 3 damage is not like the greatest thing in the world anymore. So this is good, but Red does so many good things now that it's kind of crazy that this has been outmoded. But boy, when Abrade was first printed, this card was absurd in Amonkhet. So it's just a good sideboard option if you need it. And that's basically what Foundations is all about, is not being the best. But, hey, blue got negate, which I did not spoil because negates everywhere. Black has a million different removal spells and red gets Abrade, which is fine, as chat points out. All right. Ball Lightning. Disbra said he's gonna, all right, activated my trap card. Ball Lightning, triple red, elemental, 6/1, trample, haste, at the beginning of the end step. What does it say at the beginning of the end step? So weird. Sacrifice this creature. Chat, this card has been back and forth all around, in and out all around, since the days of the Dark. That's the original printing in 94, 95, I believe. This is right around the time I started playing. And this card has been good in the older, like, pre-modern days. Today, it's not it, man. 6/1 trample was good way back in the day. Today, with so many cards having first strike these days and removal coming at a cost of basically nothing, you don't see 3, 2, or 1 drops with a toughness of 1 doing much unless they have like a lot of keywords. And these keywords, haste being one of them, yeah, gone are the days of having a 6/1 trample haste these days. It's just not as good as it used to be. Being an elemental is sort of cute. Now it could be in Pioneer, because I'm pretty sure it's not. And I can't remember the last reprinting it was. I want to say it was like M10 or M11, but I might be wrong. It's been reprinted in other aspects, but I don't even know if it's in Pioneer. I'm pretty sure it's not. But that's not going to change anything, because 3 mana 6/1 trample haste doesn't really cut it anymore. Like I said, because the majority of stuff, it either dies to a sneeze, which 1 mana, or there's a bunch of stuff with like first strike and stuff. So cool nostalgia. Newer players are going to be like, this is so good. And it's like, bro, I don't think you understand how bad this card is now or how antiquated and archaic this card is. So cool to have, but eh. Bolt Bend, 1 red, 3 colorless. This card costs 3 less to cast if you control a creature with power 4 or greater. Change the target of a target spell or ability with a single target. We've had cards like this before. This saw Fringe play the last time it was around. Reprinted, mostly for like these Gruul decks or these big creature decks, where it's sort of like a cheap way of redirecting stuff. Like I said, it saw Fringe play before. I'm only putting this on here for the mere fact of if you're able to cast this for 1 mana, like, that's the dream, obviously. But you would much rather have a like Snakeskin Veil or anything that has protection. Cards like this always see play when like the format's like really, really unbalanced, of just like all sorts of removal and stuff like that. And when there's a lot of prowess, those creatures get really big. So you could see where this might have applications. I'm not saying that this is going to be a 4 of anywhere, but I've seen it see play before as like a 1 or 2 of in sideboards, just like when there's like way too much removal running around. And you're just like, yeah, sure, keep pointing that stuff at me and I'm just going to bolt bend your stuff. Because there's a lot of 4, easily making 4 power stuff.
A prophet leads potential devotees
Hey,
to our sanctuary.
Killadub with the raid of 24. Appreciate it. What'd you do? Killadub is a resident friend of the stream and also a top 10 mythic gamer. Hit ranked 1, I think, this time around. How was your stream? What'd you do? Pretty sure you're playing Timeless. Got to number 3 stop this week. All right. Sweet. Good job on the top 5, top 3. But for the Raiders, we are doing a constructed set review part 2. I did white, black, and blue on Sunday. We're doing the rest. All of Foundations, that includes the starter and the jumpstart cards that I think are playable in all of the arena constructed formats except Alchemy, because we don't talk about Alchemy here. So this is for mostly standard, but there are some explore, historic, and timeless applications if it comes up. Bolt Wave, 1 red, sorcery, deal 3 damage to each opponent. Went well, thanks for asking. Starting with an historic event, trying to avoid playing ranked till next season if I can keep it high enough. Well, you got there.
Thank you for touring with me. I hope you enjoy your stay.
It's Aaron Wow. Appreciate the follow. Thank you. Appreciate the support. Yeah, like once you, it's a lot better for you if you make Mythic like in the first like 3 days, because you keep the MMR like extremely high. I don't know if that changes if it's like best of 1 or best of 3, but I know that if you make Mythic at that point in time, it's like a lot better for you. Bolt Wave, hey, Lava Spike is back and it's better than Lava Spike, chat. You want to know why? Because if your opponent has Leyline of Sanctity, you get to still damage them. Won 7 games in a row at 18 and ended up 17. Yeah, I think best of 1's kind of weird, but sure. Hey, that's the way it goes, I guess. So a lot of people are like really excited about Bolt Wave. I'm not. I think this is mostly unplayable, but hey, look, burn is going to be a thing in standard. But the reason why aggro is so good right now is because the majority of your removal is tied to the fact that the creatures have to stay small. And I don't think burn is where you want to be in a situation where creatures get really, really huge. Now, that's not to say that burn can't be a thing, but people calling burn going to be tier 1 in standard, I'll believe it when I see it. And yeah, Bolt Wave's decent, whatever. But like, Lava Spike was not a playable Magic card when literal Lava Spike was in standard. Like, legit. Lava Spike was only good in like Modern and Legacy. And I don't believe I've ever had anybody cast Lava Spike against me in an actual high REL level event in standard. That's all I'm saying. And that's all I got to say about it. People are going to try it. People are going to play it. And in order for you to have burn to be good, your 1-drops have to be good. And there are some good 1-drops, but you got to have like, you know, a lot of good 1-drops. And we only have like maybe 2 of them that are good, that are outside of the mice, if that makes sense. So again, you played in Wizards. Well, Wizards, you got literal Wizards Lightning. Like, that's a lot different than like Bolt Wave. So I I shouldn't have said unplayable. What I should have said was this card's overrated. People are going crazy over it. And it's just like, fine. Right? Because gone are the days of like playing these random 3 damage spells. Like, sure. Whatever. But I'm over it. It'll see play in older formats just because of all the older stuff. But the majority of all the burn stuff from like Pioneer is going to be in Standard. So like, you don't have to worry about having enough burn spells. The issue is how good are your creatures and how good's the format to do that. So the context of the format's going to matter. And I think that burn is going to be just like worse than prowess. That's just my opinion. Not saying that's going to be the case, just that's what my opinion is. Hey, look, chat. The majority of you love to play this format called Brawl or Commander. Here's your Commander card. And Red has a lot of them. So you're going to see a lot of Commander staples because Commander and Brawl are constructed formats. And some people do play them. And here's one of them. Brass's Bounty is 1 red, 6 color sorcery. For each land you control, create a treasure token. Hey, look, man, I don't know how you're going to use this, but I know somebody has used it. And chat will tell me how Brawl and Commander players use this, but I'm going to move on because I have no idea. And this is not seen play in Standard like ever. Now, a card that is going to see Standard play is Burst Lightning. 1 red, instant, kicker 4. Burst Lightning deals 2 damage to any target. If this spell was kicked, it deals 4 damage instead. Literal upgrade to Shock. All right. Burst Lightning is basically one of the best burn spells printed after Lightning Bolt. It does everything. It gives you reach. If you flood out, it deals 4 damage. And it does everything you want in a burn spell that costs 1. So basically literal upgrade of Shock. And you're cutting your shocks to play Burst Lightning and then adding shocks or other stuff if you need it. And more than just burn or prowess are going to play Burst Lightning just because of the fact that it can deal 4. I know for a fact that I'm going to play 4 Burst Lightnings in my red decks just because of the fact that it gives you reach. Effectively, you can now, if you draw 1 or 2 of them and you're using other burn spells for creatures, now you have 8 damage in your hand. And that's a lot of damage. So I don't think this will see play in older formats, specifically just for Standard, but just because you have Lightning Bolt in these formats. And Pioneer, I think, has, like, I think it's legal there. It might not be. But you have, like, so much better removal and so much better reach there. So, Standard, it's an all-star, one of the best red cards printed for red, and it's going to be around for a long time. And for all of those that wish that Lightning Bolt was printed, Foundations was a set that was not supposed to be going to have cards that were better than the sets that they're going to print. So, essentially, Burst Lightning is not going to be the best red one mana removal burn spell in Standard. Not saying that Bolt is going to be in, just you now have Burst Lightning. Be happy. Chandra Flame Shaper. 2 red, 5 colorless, legendary planeswalker Chandra, 6 loyalty, +2, 3 red, exile the top 3 cards of your library. Choose 1, you may play that card this turn. +1, create a token that's a copy of target creature you control, accepted as haste, and at the beginning of the end step, sacrifice this token. -4, Chandra deals 8 damage divided as you choose among any number of target creatures and or planeswalkers. All right. If anybody has played Standard for the last 3 to 5 years, you know how important it is that your 6/7 plus mana value stuff gives you value and does a lot for the mana cost. In other words, my 7 mana spell better end the game. Chandra does not do that. Now, what this does do is basically is a worse Ugin or worse, Apex Predator or whatever 7 mana walker you want to say. The 8 damage is a lot, but like it doesn't do anything. You can create copies of creatures that are legendary, but do you really want to do that? And I don't see it, man. 7 mana for this? Like, name all the 6, 7, 8 mana spells that are in standard right now, and let me know if those are worse than Chandra. The majority of them are not. Like, I would play Atrax over Chandra, and we've seen we have a better Chandra, and it costs one less, like, which is the Beacon of Hope. Why you would play this Chandra over Beacon of Hope, I have no idea. But it's a mythic. You have to talk about it. I don't see this seeing standard play at all. Maybe when Beacon of Hope rotates, maybe, because these are legal for 5 years, but I don't see it. Maybe chat sees it, and we've tried this big red stuff before, and it just does not work out anymore. Gone are the days of playing Arc Slugger and Molten Rains and all these other big red things where you're playing stuff on 2, 3, and 4 mana, and you're getting like 2-for-1s and all that stuff. Those days are over, man. You're not getting a big red deck anymore. Because, like, you got to have the best color stuff for all that. Mono black works because black has the best of everything. Red doesn't. So that's why you're not seeing mono red in that capacity. You're seeing mono red as aggro or prowess or whatever. You're not seeing it as this, like, mid-range deck that plays a bunch of planeswalkers, plays a bunch of draw spells, because we don't have that. So I'm off this card. Dragon Master Outcast, 1 red, 1/1 human shaman. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you control 6 or more lands, create a 5/5 red dragon creature token with flying. The only reason this card's in here is because originally from Magic Origins, this card was insane. Or maybe it was Darkest Sun. I don't, Dragons of Tarkir. One of those in that standard format. This card was like a heavy sideboard card and a lot of like control mirrors and slow mid-range mirrors, where you would play this and like the opponent just couldn't kill it because they sideboarded out like a majority of their like discard spells and their removal stuff. And you would just play this and you would just get multiple dragons and just end the game. I don't know if that's going to be the case this time around, but you're never playing this as as in the main deck. The majority of the time this is a sideboard juke card, and that's all the reason that's in here. It's cool that red gets this kind of thing, because mono red basically in those going heavier or higher in the mid-range mirrors, sort of, that's where you use it, or in the control mirrors, but you have better options in the aggro mirrors. So, but this is constructed playable still. Drakuseth, Maw of Flames, 3 red, 4 colorless, legendary creature dragon, 7/7 flying. Whenever Drakuseth attacks, it deals 4 damage to any target and 3 damage to up to 2 other targets. So this is a huge reanimator target. That's what it was used for before. Problem is there are a lot of reanimator targets. Like, I mean a lot. Vagavoth, Atraxa, and those are better than this. So, and there's more. Those were just the 2 main ones that are just better than this. Even some of the overlords can be classified as better than this. And again, topping out at 7, it needs to end the game. And Drakuseth is a big mana 7/7 or 7 mana 7/7 flyer that doesn't even do anything the moment it enters play. I know certain people have said that, you can use this as a reanimator target and stuff, but we have better options. And it's been printed on Arena already, so red having this option later down the road, sure. But right now in the standard format, nah, man, don't see it. But maybe as a one-of, but I'm off it. Dropkick Bomber, 1 red, 2 colorless, Goblin Warrior 2/3. Other goblins you control get +1/+1. 1 until end of turn, another target goblin you control gains flying, and when this creature deals combat damage, sacrifice it. This is from Jumpstart, meaning it's not standard legal. I don't know if goblins in Historic could use this, but it would be interesting to see if this could be used as like a 1 over 2 of, where you're just like, you turn your, this is probably a win more strategy, but turning your Muxus into a flyer, or some other big goblin, same thing, where you just give it flying just to add extra damage for reach. 3 is a little steep in Historic these days, and Goblins has seen better days, but that's the only place I see it. I have no idea if it's in the main set, to be honest. I only saw it in here, and if it's in the main set, then this is kind of gasoline for Goblins, because Goblins might actually see play in Standard. But yeah, I don't know if that's possible or not, but maybe. Now you're gonna make me look this up now, because I'm not sure now. Hold on. Excuse me. It is not in the main set. That's a different goblin. Hold on. I might be lying. Hold on. Hold on. Because there's a starter set too, and I don't think... Yeah, there it is in the Jumpstart set. Starter set? Where are you, you sons of bitches? Yeah, nah, it's not. No, wait. I'm sorry, Chad. I'm like doing 2 things at once. Yeah, no, it's not in the starter set. So no, it's not in the main set. Got me over here second guessing. Oh, I don't know. Electro Duplicate. 1 red, 2 colorless sorcery. Create a token that's a copy of target creature you control, except it has haste, and at the beginning of end step, sacrifice the token, flashback 2 red, 2 colorless. We've seen effects like this before, and usually when you create copies, they're usually like, you want them to not specify target, and technically we have a Electro Duplicate already in the format, and it already costs 2, and that sees no play, so maybe this won't either. But and that one also allows you to copy artifacts too. So we've seen, like I said, we've seen effects like this before, but the fact that you can copy legendaries and all that stuff might actually have an application. But typically when you see stuff like this, it's just not playable, and you see these for more for like Brawl and themes for Commander, because like you just want to copy stuff and you get that type of thing. So hey man, more power to you. But we have this in Standard already, and this is more for Brawl and Commander, because like I said, we have the Molten Duplication that's from the Outlaw set, the big score, and it just literally sees no play as a 2-drop. It's actually kind of sad, because I thought that card would actually be good. Atali Primal Storm. 2 red, 4 colorless, Elder, Dinosaur, legendary creature 6/6. When Atali attacks, exile the top card of each player's library. Then you may cast any number of those spells from among those cards without paying their mana cost. The only reason this is on here, this is a reprint, is because I saw a few people on Twitter, and there was one post that picked up that had like 100,000 views on it, that was like, this card's busted, oh my god, this is going to take over Standard. Chat, let me explain something to you. This card fucking sucks. Alright? This card's trash. Alright? We already have Atali, a better Atali, at 7 mana. This card does nothing. It's a 6/6 for 6 that dies to literal go for the throat, and you have to attack with it. Like, this card is absolute stains. Like, I'm only telling you this because I seen it on Twitter and people are going to get upset if I retweeted it and I wasn't going to take a picture of it. So I'm just going to let you know here. You heard it from me first. This card is trash. It was trash in Ixalan. It's trash now. It never saw play. Like, stop. All right. It saw like play for like a day and then people figured out that this thing dies to everything. And yeah, have fun in Cube. It even sucks there too. Like, this card is absolute garbage. Dumpster fire. Now, a card that is not trash, all right? Fanatical Firebrand, also a reprint. 1 red, Goblin Pirate, 1/1 haste. Sacrifice this creature, it deals 1 damage to any target. So, this card is absolute. This card's so good, chat. Now, you might think, well, this is a 1/1 for 1, and it has haste, and it doesn't do anything. I'm telling you, that 1 damage is huge, all right? This is an attacker that can get bigger and deal damage to creatures. This is what you want, because everybody knows it was spoiled. This is what you want. This is the kind of card you want against Llanowar Elves, where you can play it on the play, attack with it, and wait for Llanowar Elves, or it's a secondary way to answer Llanowar Elves without having to spend burn that you want to use on 2, 3, and 4 drops if possible. This basically allows you to answer Llanowar Elves. It's Red's way of saying, I don't have to care about mana dorks while keeping my burn spells for the face, and on the play, I get to add damage. And it's even better if you don't have to deal with Elf and you just make this thing bigger. This card's absolute, this card's so good. And most players that don't know about Fanatical Firebrand, that has never played with it in Standard, are just like, it's very unassuming and counterintuitive. Trust me, put 4 of these in your deck when you're playing Red, and you're playing an aggro deck. I'm telling you, you'll watch yourself win so many games against Llanowar Elf decks where they keep like 1 or 2 lands, they keep a Llanowar Elf, and then they get stuck on 2 lands and they die like 2 turns later. Happens all the time. Or they keep a land of like 1 land, 2 Llanowar Elves, and then you're like, yeah, I'm the red deck, and then they kill both their Llanowar Elves and they just get stuck on 1 land and never see their second land. Happens all the time. This card's so good. Standard only, because like I said, it's a reprint. It's in every format. So if you play Red in Standard, this card's going to see play. Play 4 of it. It's so good. Flame White Phoenix. 2 red, 1 colorless Phoenix. 2/2, flying haste. This creature attacks each combat if able. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, you may pay 1. If you do, return this card from the battlefield, from the graveyard to the battlefield. Another reprint, but we've had like 9 billion Phoenixes before, and the ones that get played the most are the ones that are easy to reanimate. With so much burn coming out, I think this card is just a little too slow, and this is not the Phoenix you want. We already have the Phoenix that you want, and that's for the burn 1. Every time you deal an instant or sorcery, it deals non-combat damage. You pay 1 and it comes back. Doesn't have haste though. That Phoenix is going to see a lot more play than this. I'm not saying this card won't see play. Just the main issue with this is aggro decks are not playing like the age-old. This is not 2014 Magic anymore, man. We're in 2024, 2025 Magic where you got to be very, very fast, and you can't just play the mono green attack, make my dudes big, and hope it works. Because those aggro decks just don't seem to be in the top tiers anymore, just because removal is so good and your creatures in those colors are just not good anymore. They just don't measure up to any of the other stuff. And if you can make it work, cool, then play this Phoenix. But the majority of the time, that has not been the case. You could make a case for this in like, say, FOMO type aggro, where you're playing FOMO to get rid of it, and you're playing a bunch of like big dumb creatures where they get bigger. But like all the cards that you would do that for, like Innkeeper's Talent and like all these other cards, there are better aggro decks. The Literal Prowess deck also plays Innkeeper Talent, and it's just way better at killing opponents. So I'm not saying that this is bad. It's just you have better options. You can play those decks for sure, but you're not going to be... You're basically playing like a worse aggro deck because the best aggro deck is not that, essentially. Gitu Lava Runner, 1 red, 1/2 human wizard. As long as there are 2 or more instant and or sorcery cards in your graveyard, this creature gets +1/+0 and haste. This is another reprint. Red got a lot of reprints instead of new cards for their like aggro stuff. And it's probably because if they redid any of the aggro stuff, it would probably be too good. Excuse me, or better than all of the standard stuff that's coming in the next like year. So they just settled on reprinting stuff that was good before, but not better than what's coming. Or just better than everything that's already in. And Gitu Lava Runner has seen a lot of play. It's going to see play. And especially with all of the burn heavy stuff in standard already. So get ready to see 4 of these and a lot of other burn heavy stuff. Not necessarily in any other mono red deck like Prowess, but it could see play there because you're playing some amount of instant or sorceries, but you would prefer to have this in your burn decks more than your Prowess heavy decks because you're playing a lot more creatures in there. So like you'll have Gitu Lava Runner, the Monastery Swift Spear, and I'm sure there's another red 1-drop. And those are your red 1-drops. And then you have a bunch of burn spells that are 1s and 2s, and that's your mono red aggro deck. And probably the top out curve is like Screaming Nemesis, just so to ensure that nobody like gains any life. But yeah, this card's in every format. The last time it was in standard, it was a huge deal, and I don't see why it wouldn't see play again. Goblin Bushwhacker, 1 red Goblin Warrior, kicker 1, 1/1. When this creature enters, if it was kicked, creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain haste until end of turn. They special guessed this. I'm surprised that they gave Bushwhacker as opposed to Reckless Bushwhacker, which is a Pioneer card. Why they gave Goblin Bushwhacker is beyond me, but hey, whatever. I assume that's because Reckless Bushwhacker is going to be in Pioneer Masters at the end of the year. But be that as it may, Goblin Bushwhacker is one of the mainstays of the 8-whack deck in Modern. It was a budget friendly deck that like it would kill on turn 3, basically. You play Goblin Bushwhacker. It was called 8-whack because you play Goblin Bushwhacker and Reckless Bushwhacker, and you just played like a bunch of ways to put a bunch of goblins into play, and then you just kick this and kill them. And that's basically how it works. I think this is going to be a big deal in Historic more than Timeless, but that'll remain to be seen because of how fast and how dumb Historic is. Like, people think that the Brewer's Paradise in Historic is good, and it's like, it is, but like, there's like 3 or 4 good decks in that format. Like, legit. There's not like, people think there's like 10 good decks in there. There really aren't. It's like 4 decks. But just like nobody has the cards, so there's just whatever you have. And the majority of the time, it's not Sacrifice or Mono Green or Auras or any of the other decks that like could take that spot. Bushwhacker's going to be in it, where you're not playing like Muxus anymore. You're playing like a bunch of 1s and 2s in the Goblin slot with the what's that dumb card? Oh my god, what is it? Burning Tree Emissary, and you're playing that with this, and you're just like 1-drop, and then like turn 2, turn 3, you just like play like a bunch of BTEs, and then one of the BTEs you play Whacker off of it, and then you just attack for like 14 and just kill the opponent. So I foresee like a lot of people getting really upset. It might be good against the Sacrifice deck because they play a slower game, but we'll see. This will be good against Mono Green, though. That'll be fun to watch. Goblin Surprise. 1 red, 2 colorless, instant, choose 1. Creatures you control get +1 or +2/+0 until end of turn, or create 2 1/1 red goblin creature tokens. This saw standard play. It even saw historic play. Not this specific card like the name, but a card like this existed before. It's sort of like a pseudo reprint. It was in a tokens deck that I used to play. It saw play in historic. It saw play a little bit in standard in a little token deck or whatnot. Those kind of decks just don't. Yeah, from the D&D set, I just don't remember what it's called. Like you see two goblins, or you run into two goblins, or something like that, and it was legit then, but not so much now. Token decks are not really that good anymore, because the majority of your tokens getting bigger are from like permanents, and gone are the days of like in Historic where you're playing like Intangible Virtue to make your tokens bigger. Like you have better versions of that now with like the white case, where it gives your creatures +1/+0, and it's a removal spell, and it draws you cards and all sorts of stuff. Like it might be fine in Standard, but we already have that stuff. I only put this in here because it saw play before. Like it actually saw legit play. Just it's not as much of a deal as it used to be. What's going on, Christmas? Appreciate you hanging out. Gornog the Red Reaper, 1 red, 2 colorless, legendary Minotaur Warrior, 2/3 with haste. Cowards can't block warriors. Whenever one or more warriors you control attack a player, target creature that player controls becomes a coward. Attacking warriors you control get +X+0, where X is the number of cowards your opponents control. Now, that coward aspect is permanent, not until end of turn. Whenever you attack, target creature becomes a coward. So that means that they're a coward for the rest of the game. Not perpetual, obviously. This is a jumpstart card, so basically it's historic or timeless. We always get these Minotaur cards, and like they don't do anything. And unfortunately, I don't think this is going to see much play either. What I will say though is that at least it says attacking warriors. So this counts. It counts itself, and it counts all warriors. So maybe we might see a warrior deck, but I just don't see it. It's possible. There are 1, 2s, and 3s at warrior, so it is possible. But will it be a deck? I mean, Historic is the Brewer's Paradise, isn't it? So maybe. Like I said, warriors get +X+0, meaning all of them. So if you have, a couple of cowards from on the opponent's side, all your creatures get +2/+0. And it just keep getting bigger. So, and that's when they attack. So, but yeah, this looks like one of those fun cards where you play it. It's not tier 1, but you'd have fun doing it in Historic and maybe Commander. And you're just like, yeah, man, I'm just playing this Minotaur Warrior deck, man. It's fun. Oh boy, Chad. Oh boy. Harmless Offering, 1 red, 2 colorless, sorcery. Target opponent gains control of target permanent you control. Man, remember when I talked about Demonic Pact, Chad? Yeah, this is the secondary part of that, where you give Demonic Pact to another player, and they die from the you lose the game part. Hella annoying in Standard. Probably going to be worse this time around, but the one thing it has going for it is that you have 2 things you can give instead of Demonic Pact. That means that you can give Demonic Pact, or you can give Archfiend of the Dross, where it has like 1 counter left. You give Archfiend of the Dross to a player, and they die from the token. But it's just a kitty. Yeah, I get it. All right, it's a harmless offering of a cat, and then you gift it's sort of like the reverse option of a gift. Yeah. Remember that gift from the Otters? Yeah. From not Dustmourn, but God, I can't remember the damn set. It's not Eldraine. Yeah, Bloomburrow. So, yeah, Harmless Offering. It's already in Harmless Offering. Demonic Pact is already in Pioneer, and it like literally sees no play. In Standard, it saw play a little bit, or I think it rotated by then. I might be wrong, but it saw play a little bit. It's a little bit difficult this time around, just because there's so much enchantment hate. But what I will say though is there's a lot of ways to get rid of. There's a lot of ways to get rid of Demonic Pact if you never draw Harmless Offering. And the way I would build the Harmless Offering Demonic Pact deck is I would only play one Harmless Offering, and I would play like Beseech, where you bargain a spell and then you cast it and go get either Harmless Offering or Demonic Pact, and then it's cast automatically. So you don't have to play like 4 Harmless Offering and look like a fucking idiot where you like have like 3 Harmless Offerings in your hand and you can't do anything with it. Because like you're not trying to give all of your permanents away. You're just trying to give up a Demonic Pact or an Archfiend of the Dross. And the cool thing about this is that you can play... Yeah, before Beseech the Mirror sounds kind of gas. The only thing that's harsh is that you can't play like 9 billion 4s. So like you got to really decide if you're going to play Demonic Pact or like split between Demonic Pact and like Archfiend of the Dross. In my opinion, I would play Archfiend of the Dross over Demonic Pact in the sense of like you can just play both, like you just split them. But if I were to play 4s, I would play 10 4s, and then like there's no 5s, there's like a couple of 3s, and then I would just play like a bunch of 2s and 1s. That's how I'd build the deck. Not like a bunch of 3s and 4s. I would not do that. So yeah, Harmless Offering is a reprint. It's been around. It was in Shadows over Innistrad. I'm sorry, Eldritch Moon, not Shadows. And it saw play in Standard. It's gonna see Standard play again because the combo is not turn 4, but the turns it kills on turn 6 or 7, but the game feels pretty over if you have it because like the opponents really can't do anything. So yeah, I think it'll see play. I don't think it'll be tier 1 though. Heartfire Immolator, 1 red, 1 colorless, human wizard, 2/2 prowess. 1 red, sacrifices creature, it deals damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker. So we have a bunch of prowess creatures, and I think this is a plug more than it's going to see play, just because if you play this, what are you cutting? And some prowess decks are even cutting Slick Shot Show Off, which is the flyer. This does not hit the player. So what are you using this on? You know what I mean? So I think this will see play after some of the big prowess creatures rotate, in that this will just keep that archetype in. It'll just be a little bit worse than some of the prowess stuff that we've seen before. The last time it was in Standard, it really did not see that much play because prowess creatures back then were not very good. Excuse me. And a lot of the power in prowess wasn't necessarily being able to sacrifice and target stuff. The main power in the prowess stuff today is how much value they generate off of having offspring and all of the spells drawing you cards and your best prowess creature drawing you cards every time it's targeted. So like just being able to get extra cards is the main power of the prowess deck. And this one, like I said, probably when a couple of the prowess 2-drops rotate, this will slide right in. But until then, this is just a plug. And if it does see play, like I said, very fringe at the time. Just because all the 2-drops are way better than this. Kellen, Planar Trailblazer, 1 red, 2/1 human fairy legendary scout. 1 red, 1 colorless. If Kellen is a scout, it becomes a human fairy detective and gains whenever Kellen deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. 1 red, 2 colorless. If Kellen is a detective, it becomes a 3/1 human fairy rogue and gains double strike. So we have our ubiquitous figure of destiny type card where you level it up. This one I think is a little worse though, because it doesn't have any evasion, and going from playing this as a 1-drop and then This is more of I've cleared the way and then I scale it really fast because the opponent has to answer this. But the problem is that it doesn't have evasion until you've paid 5 mana into it. Like even when you pay 2 mana, it doesn't gain like menace or death touch or any of that stuff. It just draws me cards. And the thing that sucks is you have to play it that turn. You don't get to like save it. So this card's really, really slow. Be that as it may, this might be better than a lot of the other 1-drops that Red has, just because a lot of the 1-drops are like 1/1s or 1/2s. This one's a 2/1, so it's pretty aggressive at 1. So I'm not saying it's bad, just you're going to have to figure out how many of these you're going to run. And since it's legendary, I don't think you're playing 4 of these. It's kind of like a supplemental 1-drop where you're like, I need extra 1s, but I don't want to play 4 of them. So this is kind of like Red's answer to, like, I want extra 1-drops that I need to play to draw extra cards, essentially. But you're not thrilled about playing 3 or 4 of these. You're kind of like, I just supplement my draw spells with this. But I think this is one of those, you're going to have to figure out, do you want to play these or do you want to play the adventure card that draws you, that exiles 2 cards and you got to play them like the beginning of the next end step, that adventure card. That's going to have to be a question that you answer. And I'm pretty sure that you are probably just splashing green just because. So I think this will be after rotation. Like a lot of these cards, you're going to hear this a lot, that Foundations is not a set that made a lot of cards good. It's just, you're going to have to wait for rotation for some of these to be good. And this might be one of them. One that you will not have to wait though, however, is Krenko Mob Boss. 2 red, 2 colorless, legendary creature goblin warrior. 3/3 tap. Create X 1/1 red goblin creature tokens where X is the number of goblins you control. So this is a reprint also. Like I said, Red had the most reprints, I think. And Krenko is kind of gasoline. This card does not need haste. It counts itself, so you're creating at least 1 goblin creature token. And if you're playing a bunch of goblins, yeah, you're gonna make a crap ton of them. I don't think there's one that grants haste, like giving all goblins haste, but there are some goblins in this set and in standard. And every time Krenko has been in, Krenko has saw play. So this is like your curve topper in goblins. And we have some lords, I think. And if you have that, you're doing it. You don't need them to be huge. You don't need them to be 2/2s or 3/3s. Although that's kind of like your way of like going over the top. Krenko itself goes over the top because all you need to do is to be able to, tap it and make goblin creature tokens. Another thing that most people don't probably miss is that this goes very well with Soul Cauldron. So even if it dies, you exile with Cauldron, give somebody else the ability to do that, and now you have a resiliency way to keep making goblin creature tokens. So Standard has a way to keep this going, and Krenko has always been good, no matter what format it's been in. It's been in Historic, it's been in Modern, it's been in Standard before, a little bit. I don't think it's in Pioneer though, but still good. Mind Sparker, 2 red, 1 colorless elemental, 3/2 first strike. Whenever an opponent casts a white or blue instant or sorcery spell, this creature deals 2 damage to that player. Chat, listen. I understand that WotC gave Red all these things and each color a color hoser. Chat, this card sucks. It sucks. This is so nerfed to the ground. It has to survive. And I understand that if white or blue decks have a removal spell, then obviously they're taking 2 damage. But that's not where you want this. You want the way that you got around blue-white decks was making them hexproof or making them uncounterable or both. The reason why the reason why like stuff like Carnage Tyrant and Thrun and like all these uncounterable spells were so good against control was because you could not, or made them indestructible, was because you couldn't counter it, and you couldn't use your usual stuff to get rid of it. Like you couldn't use like Day of Judgment or counter spells or anything. You had to have specific cards to get rid of your hosers. This one doesn't do any of that. This card reminds me of one of the M20 cards where M20 had also a cycle of color hosers, and it was like some 2/2 double red like elemental dog that was like uncounterable, but like it was like a 2/1 or like hexproof or protection from blue, and it was just like, well, that doesn't mean anything because like most blue decks are playing white, and the majority of the removal spells are white spells. The better color hoser was I think it was from M21, where it had protection from white, and every time it attacked, it got like +2/+0. Like it was like some berserker. That card was way better against blue-white than this card ever will be. Yeah, this card sucks. But I've seen people talk about it, and I would just like have to put it on here. Right, Ryanya, Fire Dancer, 2 red, 3 colorless, human wizard, legendary, 3/4. At the beginning of combat, yeah, that card sucks. At the beginning of combat, man, I can't talk. At the beginning of combat on your turn, create X tokens that are copies of another target creature you control, where X is 1 plus the number of instant and sorcery spells you've cast this turn. They gain haste. Exile them at the beginning of the next end step. That's a lot of words and a lot of text that says I don't do shit. Now, what I will say though is at least it does something the moment it enters play, as in on your combat. And if you don't answer it, you're going to have to answer it. What is the problem? I'll tell you what the problem is. The problem is that it's legendary and doesn't count itself, and you have to have another creature. But you have this squeeze where you have to play creatures and instants and sorceries and stuff like that. So this card incentivizes you to play like token generators and stuff like that. And those just usually suck because they're used as like burn spells, but they're worse than that. So you're going to have to play token generators or creatures. And generally that kind of sucks because you want this card to do stuff, but you want to have generate enough threats to do that with. And in Historic, those days are numbered. Like, we don't do that anymore. So this reminds me of like a cube card, or again, a legendary that people are going to use in Commander, and good for them because that's all I see this as. So Commander cards, chalk one up again for you, because there you go. Rite of the Dragoncaller, 2 red, 4 colorless enchantment. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, create a 5/5 red dragon creature token. Chat, this card's a trap. I have seen cards like this before at cheaper and more expensive. I have been got by this card on numerous occasions, and I probably will get got by this card too. We've seen numerous cards that do the same thing at similar casting costs, and boy oh boy, do they just not do anything. This card does nothing the moment it enters play, and it's a 6-drop, and my 6, 7, and 8 mana spells should do something the moment they enter play. This does not do that, and it's an enchantment, which means that it has a big giant target on its head because there's so much enchantment removal in this format. So, look, this could be your commander or cube card. More power to you. It might see play in standard. We've seen cards like this try at various points in standard, but nah, man. This is your trap card. Where you're gonna get bamboozled into playing this and then find out it sucks. But again, most of the stuff that I've said sucks, I put in here because people talk about them like they're good, and it's usually newer players that just don't understand. And it's like, look, chat, you have to understand, majority of these cards not good, or not as good as they should be. Be that as it may, Seer Slicer Goblin, 1 red, 1 colorless, 2/1 Goblin Warrior raid. At the beginning of your end step, if you attack this turn, create a 1/1 red Goblin creature token. This card is gasoline, chat. It's cheap, it's aggressive, and it pairs very well with Fanatical Firebrand and many other goblins and other hasters. You don't have to play this strictly for goblins, but if you do, don't be upset because goblins will be fine. If you're playing goblins, you're playing this, you're playing the Krenko, and you're playing other stuff that all goes together in the goblin theme. And this is going to be one of those 2 drops that if you don't answer this is going to get real dumb real fast. Yeah. I don't know if this is going to see play anything else because it's not like pushed or anything. It's not like a 2-2 or a 2-3 or a 3-1 or whatever, but being able to put 3 power into play on turn 2 is a big deal because in your aggressive decks, you're trying to do that anyway. And generally your 1-drops are attacking into the 1s and 2s anyway. So getting some buyback from the raid is still good. And if they don't answer this on turn 2, you're off to the races, and boy, is that going to feel good. So this card doesn't seem impressive, but when you're on the play and you attack for, with your 1-drop, trust me, it's going to feel great when you get this to trigger off and they don't have removal for it. Seismic Rupture, 1 red, 2 colorless sorcery. Seismic Rupture deals 2 damage to each creature without flying. Chat, I put this in here, and if you exclamation point top 5 mistakes, all lowercase, no spaces, it's in the title of the stream, you will understand that the number 1 mistake that people make is not reading the fucking card. RTFC. I did not do that here. No. Number 5. If you do not RTFC, and that's read the fucking card, all right, you're not going to understand why I put this on here. We've had cards like this before, but they were instants. And I just automatically assumed it was an instant. It's not. It's a sorcery. And it deals it to creatures that don't even fly, meaning that I don't even get to hit slick shot show off. So I got bamboozled, chat. I made mistakes on a video that I made. Happens all the time. Happens all the time during review season. It happens all the time with new cards. If you don't read the cards, that also includes its type and its classification and its speed. This is a sorcery. We have literal pyroclasm, and that barely sees play, to be honest. And Seismic Rupture, when pyroclasm rotates, will probably see play. But until then, play pyroclasm, it's better. I thought this was an instant. When it was an instant, it saw play. It was basically the same thing, but it was an instant, and I forget what the card's called. But Flame Sweep, I think it was what the card was called. And that saw a lot of play as an instant. So, as a sorcery, not having it, man. Slagstorm, 2 red, 1 colorless sorcery. Choose 1. Slagstorm deals 3 damage to each creature, or Slagstorm deals 3 damage to each player. Now, this is not better than Brotherhood's End, but I would not fault somebody for playing this over Brotherhood's End, just because this is also a reprint, by the way. Yo! Another VIP in the house. Hey, we got Grixis Leader in the house, VIP. Brotherhood's End and Slagstorm are very similar. However, Brotherhood's End is slightly better than this, but I would not fault anybody for playing this in their sideboards, just because artifacts are not a big deal in this format. And why? Hi, puppy.
Sitting outside the door wanting to see you.
We have a doggy break.
Did you just want to see Dad?
Puppy dog.
Here, go see Dad.
Puppy dog. Come here.
What?
Come on. Puppy dog sighting. Thank you.
that all you wanted? Go ahead. He's an idiot.
Hooray! All right. Yeah, VIPs and subs and all that get welcomes and all that stuff. All right, anyway. I would not fault anybody for playing Slagstorm because it has reach, as in it deals damage to players. So it's not better than Brotherhood's End, but you can play this and not feel bad about it because at the end it still deals damage to players, which could come up in certain spots. Again, reprint, I think from Mirrodin Besieged, I think was the original printing for this card. And I don't remember if it saw play then. I didn't really play Standard back then during New Phyrexia and stuff like that, but I'm sure it saw play. Slumbering Cerebus. 1 red, 1 colorless doggy, Doge. This creature does not untap during your untap step. Morbid, at the beginning of each end step, if a creature died this turn, untap this creature. Chat, let me explain something to you. Whenever you see something that does not die to cut down at a 2-drop, you give it a look. All right? This card's kind of gas. Like, I understand that it's not the best thing in the world, but it's 4 damage, chat. So if you're playing like a bunch of creatures and it's ever tapped and it's any creature, not like if one of my creatures died or whatever. So like you could play anything and you're dealing 4 damage. That's not nothing. And it's a 2-drop. So like that's a lot of damage. Now, what I will say, the only nombo with this is the majority of the stuff in this format is not destroy. It's exile. So like Anoint of the Affliction, Final Vengeance, Torch the Tower, Lay Down Arms. Like there's so much exile in this format that stuff just doesn't die as much as it used to. So that could be a problem. But I mean, if you're playing a bunch of sacrificey type stuff, this might actually get the job done, man. Like 4 damage is not nothing. Like attacking for 4, you don't really give a shit if this dies to a 2 because you're just like, the majority of the stuff you're killing makes this untap. So I understand that it's like, well, this doesn't really block too well. Well, it blocks, it trades up, which is what you want. And like I said, if you don't have to have your stuff die, opponent stuff can die too. And it's each end step, not just your end step. At the beginning of each end step. So if this was tapped during your opponent's turn, it untaps, which is what you want. So I'm not saying it's not nothing, and I'm not saying you're going to play 4 of these, but this is your way of being a 4-2, not dying to cut down, like not getting traded down, and allowing you to have that, what's it called? Having that thing where you have a 4-power creature that enables your 4-power stuff, is all I'm saying. Like they made sure that this could see play in a cut down format. Shramkirk Noble, 1 red, 1/1 Vampire Noble. This creature cannot be blocked by humans. Excuse me. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, put a +1/+1 counter on it. This was in the original either Dark Ascension or Innistrad sets block, and this card was gasoline. I don't know if this card's good enough anymore, but I know people are gonna try it. And this card gets really stupid if you don't answer it like right away. Like if you don't kill this on turn 1 or turn 2, good luck, because it's not getting any better. So is this better than some of the other 1-drops? Probably not. But there are a lot of humans in a lot of other, standard decks. And this just sideswiping them is a huge deal. So especially against like red decks where like Monastery Swiftspear is a human. So you can't block. And there are other humans too. So, hey, get them in while you can, man. This card was good in standard the last time, and I'm sure it'll be fine this time around. Doesn't really see play in any other format. I don't think this was reprinted, so I don't think it's in Pioneer. So maybe it might see play there. I doubt it though. It is a vampire though, but Soren's gone, so Torian Mauler, 1 red, 2 colorless, shapeshifter, changeling. 2/2. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, you may put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. So I put this on here because it dodges cut down and it dodges shocks and all that stuff. And if ever there was a, spell that deals with +1/+1 counters, like cool. But not having your 3-drop just getting completely owned by cut down is a huge deal. So I don't know what deck would want this, but I gave it a second look because 1, it's a changeling. So that meant that this goes together really well with Unholy Annex, meaning that you now have a demon that's a 3-drop that's not embarrassing into, cut down. Because like Unstoppable Slasher is fine, but it dying to cut down is kind of annoying. Because, yeah, it comes back, but it's not a demon, but you want to deal a shit ton of damage to an opponent. This is the same 3-drop. It's a demon, and it doesn't die to cut down. That's huge to me in a cut down format. Doesn't die to shock. Doesn't die to torch the tower unless they bargain it. So, like, that's huge, right? And if for whatever reason they have to cast multiple spells, hey, that's good for you, right? And if ever you have a spell or a permanent that allows you to get more +1/+1 counters, like, I think this card's kind of gas. I don't know what deck wants it, but hey, man, this is one of those utility cards that are just like very unassuming, and it's a demon. And it can be anything. It can even be a boat. Ninja, anything. This one was like one of my sleepers. Like, it's like, this card's kind of dumb. And it's any spell. Basically meaning if you don't kill this card, chat, like, it's gonna get stupid. Because it's sort of like, obviously it's not as powerful as this, but basically it disincentivizes the opponent to play spells. Because every time you do, it's getting big, right? Twin Flame Tyrant. 2 red, 3 colorless dragon. 3/5 flying. If a source you control would deal damage to an opponent or a permanent an opponent controls, it deals double that damage instead. So out of all the 5, 6-drop mythics that were a cycle, this is probably the worst one. Just because it does do something when it enters the battlefield for, like, if you have permanents already. But that's it. Like, red, like I said, big red decks are not, like, popping up all over the place. And that's not really it, right? So I got nothing. As I said, mono red decks are not playing this, and big red decks, those decks just don't exist anymore. And all of the good 5, 6s and, any of those decks, just are playing like multiple colors. Now, this is a dragon. Does that mean that you get a dragon-esque deck and this goes in it? I have no idea. But I don't think so. I've seen some people talk about this like, yeah, it's kind of like the virtue, but it's actually a threat as opposed to the old virtue, like the 5-drop virtue from from Wilds. And it's like, yeah, fine, but I would much rather try to kill my opponent and instead of trying to play 5-drops that don't do anything the moment they enter the battlefield, especially if it's just like by itself. I want my 5-drops to do stuff when they enter the battlefield, like they have haste, they draw me cards, they pump up my battlefield, draw me cards, and do a bunch of other stuff. Like, compare this to, say, like Knight of Errant Eos, or any other 5-drop that like does something the moment it enters play. It's just like not that. It's mythic-y in the sense of, 5 for like cube or commander, like it does a lot, but in standard, maybe not. Vayashino Pyromancer, 1 red, 1 colorless lizard wizard, 2/1. Whenever this creature enters, it deals 2 damage to target player or planeswalker. This is another reprint, and the reason this is on here is more for the fact of how good it was in standard, even though it was a 2-drop common. But this is a lizard, chat, meaning that this pairs well. Like, most people probably looked at this and goes, well, yeah, it's back, and it's probably not as good as it used to be, but it's a lizard, meaning that it could go with the lizard decks, and you get a little bit more reach with your cards. Because like it deals damage on the way in, and it pairs really well with the red 1-drop wizard, where if it attacks, it deals damage. So like that's a lot of damage from 2 cards. Like if you don't answer the 1-drop, and like you play this, so like that's 2 or 3 damage, and now the opponent's already at like 15, 16 damage, and it's not even turn 2 yet. So very unassuming card, and sometimes it kills Liliana's before you even know it, and that 2 damage is not nothing, man. Players have died to Vayashino Pyromancers from like 6 damage. Yeah. Most people probably did not realize this was a lizard. Like, that's the thing. People are just like, yeah, it's a wizard, we know. And it's a 2/1, and it was in standard before, but yeah, it's a wizard, man. So, I don't know if that matters or not. I'm just saying, Rakdos Wizards got a card. And that's it. That's all the red cards that I think are playable in standard, or could possibly see play in constructed formats. But yeah. Now we're on to green. Green got not nearly as many cards. And we're going to try to go through these fast, because there's a lot of green cards that I'm just like, eh. But a lot of people talked about them on, Twitter and stuff. So most of the time when you see cards on here and I'm just like, I don't see it, it's because the majority of them said these cards are good. And I'm just like, they're not going to see play, man. So, all right. I didn't hit the drum roll, but sorry, whatever. Bloom Tender, special guest reprint, 1 green, 1 colorless, 1/1 elf druid. I don't know if this is in tap for each color among permanents you control, add 1 mana of that color. I don't know if this card is on Arena already. I'm pretty sure it's not. I think the original printing for this card was from Morning Tide or Evening Tide. And this card was mostly for Cube and Commander-esque, but I would not be surprised if this card saw play in Historic specifically, because you don't have to worry about like Orcish Bowmasters like you do in Timeless, and being able to play this on 2 after you've played like your ley line, where it turns all your permanents into all colors, like that's kind of scary. I don't know if that's relevant or not, but now you have an additional way to generate like 4 or 5 mana for 2 mana off of a turn 0 play, if that makes sense. So that's a crap ton of mana for mono green. I don't know if this is better than Fanatic of Ronis, but I would try a couple. And for those who don't know, what they're going to do for special guests, they're all labeled Mythic, but on Arena, they're going to change the rarity to put them at the rarity that they were when they originally were printed. Just so you know. Which is good, because that means that, Bushwhacker is not a Mythic. And this is a rare. So, all right, cool. I put Securitas Root on here. It's a reprint. Everybody usually knows what this is because it's for the Gates. Gates are in standard, like all the Gates cards. Securitas Root, Gateway Sneak, Gates, Maze's End. We'll talk about that later. is going to be in standard. So get ready for some random person at an FNM to play Gates. All right. I don't know if the sweeper for the Gates is in. I didn't check. I probably should. But Archway Angel, Circuitous Route, Gateway Sneak. You know what? I'm going to look that up. I am going to look that up. I don't think it is. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, there's no red Gates card, I don't think. Well, hold on. Let me check something real quick. Oh, Shiza, hold on. Apparently clicking on the colors for Mythic Spoiler didn't. It doesn't look like it, no. Okay. It's unfortunate. All right. Yeah. So the majority of the Gates cards are in, but the red sweeper for Gates is not. But you're gonna have that person from the FNM try to play Gates, and it's gonna be funny. And yeah. Next. Chat, this is becoming a meme at this point. Doubling season, 1 green, 4 colorless enchantment. If an effect would create 1 or more tokens under your control, it creates twice that many tokens instead. If an effect would put 1 or more counters on a permanent you control, it puts twice as many counters on that instead. This is not standard playable. It never has been. We have a better card in Innkeeper's Talent that does the same thing. This is reserved for the Commander crowd. This gets reprinted like once every 2 years because this card spikes all the damn time. And they have to keep reprinting it because Commander players always like... This card always spikes to like over $50 like every year. And it gets reprinted like once a core set or whatever. The last time this saw a reprint was like M20, M21, I think. And it sees reprints like every 2 years just because the price gets stupid. That's the only reason why this is in here. It's constructed playable just in those formats, but not in standard. But again, there you go, Commander players. You got your green. But what is playable and constructed is Dwynen's Elite. 1 green, 1 colorless Elf Warrior 2/2. Whenever this creature enters, if you control another elf, create a 1/1 green elf creature token. This card sees play all the time in elf decks, and this is no different. Elves got a lot of support in Foundations, so you're going to see an elf deck in Foundations. It's just non-negotiable here because the next card we're going to talk about is the same thing. And it saw play in Pioneer a little bit from the Elves deck. You don't really see the Elves deck play in Pioneer that much anymore. But in Standard, hey man, I will play Elves in Standard just because Elves are so much fun. And you get to play Tyvar and just, man, it's going to be so much fun. Yeah, this card saw play just as much as this did. Elvish Archdruid, 2 green, 1 colorless Elf Druid, 2/2. Whenever elf creatures you control get plus, all other elf creatures you control get +1/+1. Tap green, add green for each elf you control. They're bold putting this in this format, but the fact that Cutdown is in it will probably stop this from being too stupid. It dying to Shock and Burst Lightning and Torch and 1-mana removal spells makes it like very, very fragile. But also, like, if you don't have that, chat, hey man, you're about to get owned. If elf decks ever untap with this, it's kind of dumb. The other thing too that I think most don't understand is I think elves, I don't think elves are going to be like that scary, but the thing that's really scary about elves, if there is one, is the fact that you get Soul Cauldron and it's not hard to add +1/+1 counters to stuff. So like you're already playing elves to begin with, and just like that just gives you another way to be resilient. Yeah, go ahead and cut my Elvish Eldritch. Die, just Soul Cauldron it. Fine. Like Cauldron sees fringe play right now with Insidious Roots, but like Cauldron with a bunch of elves is like the perfect pairing in my opinion. Like if you're gonna play it, you're gonna play it in stuff like goblins or elves, where like everything taps for something. And Cauldron sort of like fell to the wayside after Cookies got basically sub banned after it lost lost its spell pierce and lost a couple of things. So yeah, I just get ready for that type of stuff. I'm not saying it's gonna be tier 1, just elves is gonna be a deck, and you're gonna have to account for it. Elvish Regrower, 2 green, 2 colorless, elvish or elf druid, 4/3. Whenever this creature enters, return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. We've seen cards like this before with Eternal Witness, and there's a MH2 card that does the same thing. I think it's Timeless Witness. Cards like this usually see play. The last one that was printed in Standard was a green-black version of this. Wasn't an elf, but it didn't really see that much play, so I don't know if it'll see play this time around, but it is an elf. So that might have something going for it, but this was in here just for the mere fact of we've seen cards like this before, and generally they see play. The fact this is a 4/3 might give it a little boost because the last few have been like 2/1s or 2/2s or 3/2s, and those usually die to everything. This not just getting completely owned by Cutdown might actually see, something. And being able to regrow itself is kind of a big deal. Whereas other cards like this usually didn't do that. The last one that was printed didn't do that because if it died, it exiled. So yeah, good card. Fierce Empath, 1 green, 2 colorless, elf, 1/1. Whenever this creature enters, you may search your library for a creature card with mana value 6 or greater, reveal it. We don't have Craterhoof in this format, but I'm sure that green can find a 6-drop that is a creature that pairs well with it. We do have it's not an elf, but it is a white card, and it's sort of like Craterhoof, but it gives all your creatures flying. So you might see a green-white elf deck. You might see another green-black where you go search for a big dumb black card or green-black card, something. Fierce Empath was usually used for Craterhoof, but I'm sure you'll find something that basically does the same thing. All right. And I would not be surprised if there's something out there. Nothing jumps out to me, but I'm sure there is one. Reprint, by the way, so not really too much else. It sees play. Did see play in Historic when elves were a thing. It's not really a thing anymore. And you don't really see, it doesn't really see play in Pioneer. Forgotten Ancient, 1 green, 3 colorless, elemental 0/3. Jumpstart, so not in Standard. Whenever a player casts a spell, you may put a +1/+1 counter on Forgotten Ancient. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may move any number of +1/+1 counters from Forgotten Ancient onto other creatures. I don't know if this is a reprint or not. It seems like it is. I've read this name before. I swear this is a reprint. But if it isn't, this seems like a combo card to me, where it's any player, and you want this like real soon, like accelerated into it. And the only problem is that you have to wait a whole turn for this to happen. So I can see this more for Brawl and Commander on Arena more than like Historic or Timeless. Timeless, 4 mana is an eternity. Historic, that might also be the case. But again, Brawl players, there you go. Commander. The end. Genesis Wave, 3 green X. Sorcery, reveal the top X cards of your library. You may put any number of permanent cards with mana value X or less from among them onto the battlefield, then put all cards revealed this way that were not put onto the battlefield into your graveyard. Genesis Wave is a reprint. It's been a long time since we've seen this in Standard. It didn't really see that much play in Standard the first time around, but generally it's in like big mana decks with creatures. So like you generate a bunch of mana, you Genesis Wave, and generally the Genesis Wave moves into another Genesis Wave, and you keep going. Usually for elf decks, but there might be another reason to play this in other decks, but usually for elves. That's usually what it's in, or mana dork decks that were not necessarily just elves. So, yeah. I could see this in like Planeswalker heavy decks where like you're playing like Beacon and like other stuff that generate mana, but you got to have something that generates mana like in the mid game. And how are you doing this like in the early game where you're not dying to prowess on turn 3, turn 4? That's a question you have to answer. But we've seen Genesis Wave before, and it's done some stuff before, but it's not the most powerful thing, if that makes sense. Galta has come back, chat. Galta Primal Hunger, 2 green, 10 colorless, Elder Dinosaur, 12/12. This spell costs X less to cast, where X is the total number of creatures you control trample. So this saw play in Ixalan before. This is a reprint. And it was good because Fatal Push was in, and there was another like black spell that did not that like had conditional removal, and like this was like over the top because they had like a hard time killing it. That is not the case this time around. Black has like 9 billion ways to deal with this outside of Cutdown. Go for the Throat, Final Vengeance, and Shieldred's Edict, and many other ways to deal with Galta. If we didn't have Go for the Throat and we had like just Cutdown and like conditional removal like Anoint and many other things that like you had to actually like plan for this, I would think that this would see play. But the fact that this is back and in a Go for the Throat world, not this time, fam. Hrashka, Sweet Tooth, 1 green, 2 colorless, legendary creature bear in Jumpstart, 3/3. Whenever Sweet Tooth attacks, create a food token. Whenever you gain life, you may play a hybrid green or white. When you do, target creature gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the amount of life you gained. We've seen, like, I've seen people talk about this card as like, hey, Historic is going to see a food deck. Listen, chat, I don't think you completely understand how bad these food cards are. The best food card in Historic right now is Samwise. And that is like a combo card on its own with sacrifice cards and Cauldron Familiar and like other ways to like breed food stuff like infinitely. We don't have that with this, okay? This card, people need to stop like posting on Twitter like their hot takes of like, this card's so good. No, it's not. All right. Now, could it be if you have like a way to gain a crap ton of life, like in a life gain deck? Sure. Fine. But like creating a food token part, I have to attack with it. This card is not it, man. All right. In either format. Imperious Perfect. That looks familiar. Imperious Perfect or Hrashka. Imperious Perfect, 1 green, 2 colorless, Elf Warrior, 2/2. Other elves you control get +1/+1. Yeah, no, that card's new, I think. 1 green tap, add a green Elf Warrior creature token. So I don't think there's a 2-drop Lord. And Imperious Perfect, like I said, most of these elf cards are reprints. This one also. And the main thing about Imperious Perfect, if there is one, is, like I said, for Elvish Archdruid, listen, chat, Agatha Soul Cauldron is going to get so much work with the elf cards. Because all I need is 1 elf creature token and 1 cauldron. And it could be even mono green, but I would venture to guess that I would also be playing Tyvar, where I have cauldron, I have creatures, I have tokens, whatever, and I have all these ways to give my tokens the abilities to do other things, right? So these cards like did not do that much in the first time they were around in elves, but like they could now because like just like I said with Cauldron, because that gives you another layer of consistency and resiliency that these elf decks did not have prior to. That's why I think these elf cards are scary, because most people are like, yeah, they're elves, but you know, play a sweeper, you're fine. Play a couple of removal spells, and like they're just like these little dumb little 2/2s or whatever. I'm like, yeah, you say that until you get owned by Cauldron and some other stuff. Like, I'm not saying it's gonna be tier 1. I'm just saying watch out for them. Your boy is back. Llanowar Elves, 1 green, Elf Druid 1/1, tap, add a green. Your boy Llanowar Elves are back, and this is very, very, very scary, because every time Llanowar Elves is in Standard, it warps the format. Why or how does it warp the format, you ask? Because you have to kill this card, man, in Standard. There is a reason why 3-drops are 3-drops. If you've ever played a 3-drop early, you understand how important or how powerful that is. For example, if you've ever played Llanowar Elves and you've ever played, say, Fable on 2, or you've ever played some 3-drop that's like a 4 or 5 power creature on 2 on the play, you're just like, I'm doing it, man. This is why everybody says, kill the bird. Kill the elves. Bolt the bird. Because if you don't, you're going to get owned by it. As in, you're gonna get, for example, in the green-black mid-range deck in Standard, imagine for a moment that they cut some cards and make room for 4 Llanowar Elves. And on turn 1, they go turn 1 elf and you don't kill it. Turn 2, they play Unholy Annex, draw a card. Or they play 2 cards. Or they duress you and play a Mosswood Dread Knight. It's like so much value on turn 1 and turn 2 and turn 3 for that matter. And for the ramp decks, the accelerator decks, where they go turn 1 elf, turn 2 overlord, the overlord that gives you a land, the land token, and then now you have 5 mana on turn 3, you could play, you know, Nissa or another overlord without the channel ability or whatnot. Llanowar Elves is insane, chat. This card's over the moon, pushed as always, and this is a scary risk. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Now let's see if it lasts, because every Standard it lasts. It's never been banned in Standard. It always lasts the whole format. And the fact that Standard gets, or green decks get this for 5 years is kind of gas, because green has been underpowered for a while. Like, for a long time. Like, green hasn't been good since Blizzard Brawl, which has been a couple of years. So the fact that green gets like the best 1-drop that's not removal or a creature, that's like a huge deal, right? So trust me when I say you're going to have to kill this card, because if you don't, you're going to get owned by it. For new players, especially. Loot Exuberant Explorer, 1 green, 2 colorless, legendary beast noble, 1/4. You may play land. You may play an additional land on each of your turns. 2 green, 4 colorless, tap. Look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card with mana value lesser or equal to the number of lands you control among them and put them onto the battlefield. Put the rest of them on the bottom of your library in a random order. So I've seen on Twitter, I've seen on Discord, I've seen this card being talked about as like this card is pushed to the moon. Chad, I have a confession to make. This card is just fine. It's fine. If you play this on 2, so be it. The flavor text of pay 6 tap is like, it's kind of like a whatever, because yeah, it's fine, but like by the time you get to 6 mana, you should already be playing stuff that wins the game. Like, Doomsday Excavator or Excruciator or Nissa's, or you're, killing them with multiple demons and Unholy Annex, unlock both rooms, get a token. Like, I don't see where this card makes it and still dying to cut down, which, is fine. But at least it doesn't die to like Torch, Bargained, or whatever. But again, I don't think this is what you want to be doing with your elves. Like turn 1 Lantern Elf, turn 2 loot. I think you want to be doing other stuff, like Unholy Slasher or Unstoppable Slasher or Unholy Annex, or, some of the red cards like turn 1 Elf, turn 2 Screaming Nemesis, like that type of stuff. I don't think you want to be doing this. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying out of all of the cards that I want to be playing on 3 early, this isn't one of them. That's not to say it won't see play. Just, it's going to be decent in certain aspects. I just don't know what deck wants it. If you find out, let me know. Mold Adder, 1 green, Fungus Snake, 1/1. Whenever an opponent casts a blue or black spell, you may put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Chat this card. The Color Hosers, I understand why they were cautious. I don't think this is a reprint, by the way. I understand why WotC was very, 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 very careful about the Color Hosers, because if you give Color Hosers too good, like Veil of Summer or Celestial Purge or whatever, then that means that your format is a little bit unbalanced and your format's wrong. So I understand why they did this way, but chat, this card sucks, man. Like, I understand you have to kill this card, but like, it's not a hoser in the sense of like, the hosers you want are like hexproof or stuff that it gets around. In other words, what blue spell, like, you're going to counter this, or you can bounce it like with Unsummon or Flood, Gift of the Flood, or, like there's so many ways to deal with this. Like, you don't really care about the +1/+1 counter. Like, you just don't care. Like, what are you subbing for this? And then like just get eaten by every removal spell that black or blue has is just annoying. Like, I'm sure people are going to play because it's like, well, it's the only hoser I have. And it's like, you got better things than this, stop. Like, I don't know what deck wants this, and the hosers are just not good. Mossborn Hydra, 1 green, 2 colorless, Elemental Hydra. Excuse me. 0/0, trample. This creature enters with a +1/+1 counter on it. Landfall, when a land you control enters, double the number of +1/+1 counters. So this goes, in my opinion, this pairs pretty well with Llanowar Elves. Basically, if they don't have removal, like, on that turn, it's going to get really dumb. Basically, they have, like, 2 turns to answer this. And if you're playing, like, Innkeeper's Talon or whatever, then it gets really dumb. Because it can get out of control real fast. So, I'm not saying it's, like, the best thing to be doing. But we've seen cards like this before, and they don't see play. But it also, I don't think, was in the same format as Llanowar Elves. So, like, Mono Green getting a push of Llanowar Elves is a big deal, because now you can, you're basically getting ahead. Yeah. In more ways than one. But yeah, I don't think this is going to be like the most played card, but I can see this scene play in like a Mono Green aggro or red green or whatever. But that wouldn't be the first like thing I would do with it, if that makes sense. Not playable anywhere else but standard. Predator Ooze, 3 green, 1/1 Ooze, indestructible. Whenever this creature attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Whenever a creature dealt damage by this creature dies this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. I don't know if this card's good enough, but being indestructible is not nothing. That means that you have to have Anoint for this, because black doesn't play very many other ways to deal with this. So you have to have exactly Anoint for this card. And the fact that you're playing mono green, so you're playing elves. So you get to have that, you know, turn 2 ooze, and you can't like cut this down. You can't go for the throat. You have to have exactly anoint. So like if you play a bunch of these, that might matter. So like mono green gets a lot of push here from like their 3 drops, their Llanowar Elves, and they get to have Innkeeper's Talent. So like they could probably outpace Prowess possibly. And with another card that we're going to talk about later, actually next, we might actually see a mono green aggro deck. Like mono green got a lot of cards. I just don't know if it's going to be better than Prowess. It might, because like they don't play that many creatures, but the fact that it's indestructible is a huge deal. And like if you put like 1 or 2 counters on it, like you could trample over it, but if the creature dies, it's kind of like the best blocker, but you have to get it bigger, if that makes sense. So like this card is like really cool in how it plays, especially with Innkeeper's Talent. Because like now you don't want to attack into it when it's like a 3/3 or 4/4, because now when it keeps getting bigger, just like the indestructible is kind of like, yeah, it's a 1/1, so what? Like, yeah. But when I play it on 2, that's a big deal, right? I think this is like a sideboard card. I don't know if you're gonna play this like as a 4 in your green deck, but you possibly could. Preposterous Proportions. 2 green, 5 colorless sorcery. Creatures you control get +10/+10 and gain vigilance until end of turn. So, normally overruns, which is also in this set, get talked about, but it's kind of funny that like the art on this card is great. And this is like a flavor card more than anything else. And Preposterous Proportions is like hilarious. Do I think this card sees play in Standard? I have no idea. Probably not, because the best version of this card is probably Nissa. But even if you have 1 creature, it's possible, right? Especially if it has trample. But if it doesn't have trample, then vigilance doesn't matter. This is more of like a commander card where you give all your creatures +10/+10, and yeah. Because like the best version of this card is literally Nissa, so. But not nothing, if that makes sense. There it is, chat. Primal Might. It's back. 1 green, X, sorcery. Target creature gets +X/+X until end of turn. Then it fights up to 1 target creature you don't control. The first time this was around, it saw a lot of play, and it was very good. It's a good removal spell on 1, and yeah, it's good. Saw play, still a standard card. Saw play in Pioneer or Explorer. Saw play in Historic for a time, and it's just good. More of a standard card now. Mono green gets its 1 mana removal spell, and it scales into the game. And yeah, it's good. And that's all I got to say about it. Quilled Great Worm, 2 green, 4 colorless worm, 7/7 trample. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage during your turn, put that many +1/+1 counters. It's got to survive, obviously. You may cast this card from your graveyard by removing 6 counters from among creatures you control in addition to paying its other costs. So I've seen people talk about this card as being better than some creatures that we have in the format already, and I call bullshit. We have a literal 4-drop that has flash, and there's a creature that gets cast from the graveyard that's cheaper than this, and none of them see play. There's like a bunch of these creatures that are like resilient, and none of them see play. So I have a hard time believing that this card's going to see play. But what I will say, if there is a card that will see play, now hold on a second. I'm not saying this card sucks. If there's one card that this synergizes with, it's with Insidious Roots. Because you have a bunch of +1/+1 counters on them, and that's the only place I see that. Because, like, you're going to have to play with a lot of stuff that has counters, and you milling this is where you want it to be. Now, obviously, you have to pay 6, but when you're milling stuff and putting +1/+1 counters on tokens and all that stuff, Insidious Roots is like the first thing I thought about this card.
Because you're going to be milling, you're going to be putting a bunch of stuff, and like Roots' problem was that you had like a bunch of roots or you had stuff, but you couldn't like kill the opponent because like they would answer all your tokens and that was it. But they can't answer this and your tokens at the same time. So that was the only part that I saw about this. And like if you're playing Innkeeper's Talent and like a bunch of creatures that just incidentally get +1/+1 counters, then sure. But I don't really see it as like that. I'm gonna have to test it to see. But so far, nah. Your boy is back. Reclamation Sage, 1 green, 2 colorless, Elf Shaman, 2/1. Whenever this creature enters, you may destroy target artifact or enchantment. This is your run-of-the-mill sideboard option. We have this effect in white with Lauren, and green gets its effect. So I know green has like a dime a dozen of these, but Elves has their sideboard card of choice. And there are a crap ton, a metric fuck ton of artifacts and enchantments that are very good in this set. And man, oh man, is Reclamation Sage of a breath of fresh air for green decks. Scavenging Ooze, another reprint, another staple, better than average. Green had a problem for the last couple standard sets of having the worst creatures, which is weird to say because generally green has the best creatures. And Scavenging Ooze is one of the best creature graveyard hate cards that has seen play main deck before. So Scavenging Ooze always sees play and more in sideboards than main deck, but if graveyard decks get bigger and better, then Scavenging Ooze is like the best card. In my opinion, better than Leyline of the Void in most cases. And just because you're able to, this usually sees play in aggro decks where it's kind of like a graveyard hate card, but also a way to scale when you're trading resources and creatures 1-for-1. And then you just play the Scavenging Ooze with like, on like turn 5 or 6 where you have like 5 or 6 lands. And then you instantly get a Scavenging Ooze that's like a 4/4 to a 6/6. And also insulates your life total. This card's so good. It sees play in every format, has seen play in every format, and is gonna see play in standard. Top-notch card, sleeper, whatever you want, it always sees play. Scythe Cat Cub, 1 green, 1 colorless, 2/2 cat, trample, landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. If this is the second time this ability has resolved, double that number of +1/+1 counters instead on that creature instead. Initially when I read this card, I thought this was a standard card. No shit. No cap. And it's a jumpstart card. Chad, I think this card's pretty push for historic. Like legit. I don't know if this card's good enough in timeless, but with fetches, like this card could see play. I don't know. Historic specifically, is Foundations a new standard set? Yes. Appreciate you joining, Domo. And in Historic specifically, like you have Prismatic Vista, you have other ways to like landfall multiple times. So I could see this getting really dumb. Now, will that translate? I have no idea. But like you resolve the first, so it gets a +1/+1 counter, and then you double it. Like after you've gotten 2 +1/+1 counters, that's how this reads. Meaning you put a +1/+1 counter, and then you double the counters instead of putting another one. So it becomes a 3/3, and then it becomes a 4/4, and then next turn if you do it again, it becomes a 5/5, and then it becomes an 8/8, and then it scales after that. So yeah. Foundations is not just a new standard set, but that's what it's for. It's a new premier standard set with Jumpstart and a whole bunch of other stuff. But yeah, this card I think could see playing historic. No shit. Snakeskin Veil is back, so green and Prowess get their +1/+1 counters and protection for 5 years, which I think green should have this sort of effect. So it's not nothing, but now it's in standard for 5 years. And this is like the best one that's been printed. There's been a bunch of them, but this is the best one in my opinion. So good card to have. Spinner of Souls, 1 green, 2 colorless, Spider Spirit, 4/3 reach. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, you may reveal cards on the top of your library until you reveal a creature card and put that card in your hand and put the rest in the body of your library in a random order. This card's kind of gas, isn't it? Like, it's a 4/3, it's a 3-drop, and has sneaky reach. And if for some reason they don't kill your elves on turn 1, well, now they either kill their elves or kill this. So you either draw a card or you get to save your elves. So I don't know if this card I don't know what deck would want this, because there are a lot of 3s that are in contention, but getting the majority of your 3-drops need to do something. And while it doesn't do something if it dies, they have to answer this or they're going to get buried, because you're going to just keep drawing cards because they're going to kill other stuff. So it's just like kind of diverts their attention for a bit off your elves, like your Llanowar elves, and onto this. So like it does something pseudo when it enters play. And if they don't kill this, they only kill your elves, then you draw a card. It's pretty good. But like I said, I don't know what deck wants this. It seems like a sideboard card more than a main deck card, but I could see this being played. Like if for some reason you need something with reach in your main deck, then this is it. Sylvan Scavenging. 2 green, 1 colorless enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, choose 1. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. And or create a 3/3 raccoon creature token if you control a creature with power 4 or greater. Chat. Look, we have a bunch of these, and Innkeeper's Talent, this is not. This is one of those cards that you read it. It's sort of like that card from Murders, where it was like you get to put a card or put a land card from your graveyard onto the battlefield, or like it did some every turn, and you're just kind of like, yeah, that's good, but it put it into play tapped, and it's like, it sounded good at the time, and it read like it was good, and then you're like, oh shit, it's not very good. This is what this card is. Somebody's going to put in their deck and they go, oh my god, I'm going to get 4/4, I'm going to get 3/3 counters or 3/3 tokens, and I'm going to get a +1/+1 counter on creatures and stuff. But you have to have something for this card to work, right? Whereas you have something that's cheaper than this in green, and it's better than this, and it's Innkeeper's Talent. So I don't know what deck would want this, but you already have better options than this, like clearly better options than this. Whereas other colors and other cards, you might have something that does something similar, but this one just is not good enough. Your girl is back. Every color gets a planeswalker. This is greens. Vivian Reed, a reprint, however. 2 green, 3 colors. Vivian, planeswalker, 5 starting loyalty, +1. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card or a land card from among them and put that into your hand and put the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order. -3, destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. -8, you get an emblem with creatures you control. Get +2/+2, vigilance, trample, and indestructible. So a vast majority of social media pundits, content creators, were over the moon going crazy over Vivian Reed. And let me tell you, when Vivian Reed was in Standard the first time, this card was gasoline. All right, this card was so good. It was well positioned in a format where there was a lot of flyers, there were a lot of enchantments, there were a lot of artifacts, and generally this was a 4 of in your deck, because you would get to a spot where your opponents would play something on 3, 4, or 5, and you would just play Vivian and just shoot it out of the air and just be left with a planeswalker with nothing in play, and you would just be off to the races. You know what the problem is, though? Vivian is not the best in that slot, chat. We have something better than that. We have literal Nissa. That's better than Vivian. As in, you play it on 5, you get to do destroy target artifact or enchantment multiple times, and it scales so you can play it for 6 or 7 and automatically get the overrun effect. And when are you playing? Now, to be fair, Vivian shoots creatures with flying, in other words, demons, which is very, very relevant. However, are you playing that over Nissa? And Nissa is not seeing play main deck. Nissa is seeing play as a 1 of or maybe a 2 of in sideboard, and specifically green-black. No other deck. Vivian, however, I'm skeptical to say that this will see play main, but if it does, it's going to see play in those mid-range green decks that are playing a lot of creatures, but some form of removal and needs something like this effect, but for some reason just can't generate the value that Nissa would bring as opposed to Vivian. They're relatively the same card, but Vivian is more of a, I don't want to say a control card, but it's basically that. Whereas Nissa is more of the power finisher, Vivian is more of the solid mid-range, like, I draw cards, I kill stuff, creatures are flying, like, that type of stuff. So it's kind of in contention, but they both do different things. I just think that Nissa is slightly better, but I'm talking myself into Vivian because it shoots Archfiend of Dross, Excruciators, and Unholy Annex 5 mana 6/6 creature tokens with flying. Vizier of the Menagerie, 1 green, 3 colorless, Snake, Cleric, 3/4. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. You may cast creature spells from the top of your library. You can spend mana of any type to cast those creature spells. We've seen this in Standard before. It saw virtually no play. But if it does, it could see play in this format, but remains to be seen. These are the type of cards that people think are good because you get to play creature spells at the top of your library, and we've seen stuff like this before. And like, more of a sideboard card to me than anything else, but more of a cube or brawl or commander card. I don't see it in Standard, to be honest. Wildborn Preserver, 1 green, 1 colorless, Elf Archer, 2/2 flash reach. Whenever another non-human creature you control enters, you may pay X. When you do, put X +1/+1 counters on this creature. This card saw play the first time around. This is a reprint, and it was pretty good. The fact that it had flash and it had sneaky reach too. So you play it on 2, or you played it on the opponent's turn on 2, and you kind of like played a bunch of 1. It saw play in the Simic Flash deck for a bit. Got outmoded as time went on, but man, is this card good. I don't know if it's going to be good this time around in Standard, but there are a lot of flash options, and I would not be surprised to see some sort of flash deck. Blue-green, white-green, Bant maybe, who knows? But there's going to be a flash variant somewhere, and I would not be surprised to see this. Saw play in Standard, didn't really see play too much in older formats, but Standard for sure. And that's it. That's all the green cards. So those are all the colors, single colors. Chat, what do you think? What are you excited for, chat, before we go to multicolor? Green got a lot. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Yeah, the spider was okay. I don't know if it'll see play or not. I want to say it will. All right, give me 5 minutes and then we'll do multicolor and then we'll do some brews. Or I'll play some Standard and then try to brew. I'm going to go through these pretty quick because I want to play a couple of games of Standard and brew some decks. I'm going to try to do it in less than 30 minutes. Because like the majority of these cards, maybe out of all the cards we're going to talk about, maybe like 2 or 3 of them are not on Arena. The majority of them are. But give me a couple minutes. All right, we're back. All right, I had to warm me up some food because wife did not feel good, so she did not make any food, so I had to improvise. So not a dietary choice that I would like to make, but it's fine. So I had warmed up some fried chicken and and homemade mac and cheese. I got some crackers, so. All right, here we go. I'm going to try to keep it like one or two thoughts on the cards that I put in here. So, like I said, the majority of these are already like on Arena or whatnot. And I think like a couple of cards might see play in Historic, but the majority of them, I don't think any of these cards will see play in Timeless. I think a couple of them might see play in Timeless that we've already talked about in the single color. So, all right, here we go. All right. Alicia, who laughs at fate. 1 black, 1 red, 1 colorless, legendary creature, human warrior, 2/2 first strike. Whenever Alicia attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Raid at the beginning of your end step. If you attack this turn, return target creature card with mana value less than or equal to Alicia's power from the graveyard. So we've seen multiple cards like this before, multiple Alicias. This is the newest one. This is not a reprint. And I thought this card was kind of gasoline, but the more I think about it, like it doesn't have haste and it has to attack. Well, it doesn't have to attack, but you have to attack and you hope that this survives on the turn you play it. And generally speaking, something that dies to cut down on 3, especially when it can happen on the turn that you play it, is not something that basically you have to be in the spot of sort of like Slasher in Standard. If you connected with Slasher and you were winning, you were probably already winning to begin with. And Alicia feels just like that because it doesn't have haste. First strike is not nothing, but like my 3-drop should be on par or close to it like Glissa. Glissa gets like 3 good abilities and has a 3/3 and has first strike and has death touch and costs 3. And it's just like my Rakdos card is basically like a shell of that. So at first I thought this card was very good. And then I kept reading it, and kept talking about it and kept thinking about it. And I was like, man, this card is, the only thing it has going for it is you're probably attacking on 1 or 2 and getting something back, but you're pretty much like, I hope they don't have removal, which is not a spot you want to be in, right? I think you'd have to wait for a rotation of like cut down and some like very, very cheap removal for this to be good, but this is the best version of Alicia, and it's still not good enough, I don't think. Anthem of Champions, 1 green, 1 white enchantment. Creatures you control get +1/+1. As every boomer has told you before, Chad, I remember the times where I had to spend double white or 3 mana to get an effect like this, and now it's only at 2 mana, albeit dual colored. But these effects, man, they're just not good anymore. Like, they were good when creatures were bad, and basically you needed to pump them up to make them good. Now just creatures are just good. Like, you don't need to pump them up anymore. We're getting like 1s and 2-drops that are like 3/2s and 4/3s and 3/3s and all sorts of shit. And it's like, I don't need anthems anymore because my creatures are already good. I don't need to make them any better. So like, I know people are going to try this. This card would be good. And the reason why I think it's green-white is because this is supposed to be like your supplemental help for like more anthem effects for like your rabbit deck that was playing like bunnycorns and like all that stuff. But like, you're making your 1/1s better. Just in case like your Lord, the 2-drop Lord dies. So like you have another one. But that's really it, man. I don't really see anywhere else where this is good. Because anthems are better on creatures than they are on enchantments. It's just the way it is now. So I'm sure it'll see play, but I'm not sold on it. Ashroot Animist, 1 green, 1 red, 2 colorless lizard druid. 4/4 trample. When this creature attacks, another target creature you control gains trample and gets +X until end of turn, where X is the creature's power. Like, this is the big dumb green idiot that like does a whole ton of shit, and it's just like, if I untap with this, I'm already winning. So effectively, this is like the removal check 101 card. Do you have removal? No? Okay, you're dead, basically. Now, you have to have another creature for this to matter, because if you don't, well, you just have a 4/4 trample. So like it synergizes well with the fact that it makes your elf a 4/4, or I'm sorry, a 5/5, but They just kill this before you attack. So I'm not saying it's bad. It's just this card does a lot for being what it is. Like 4/4 for 4 with trample is not nothing. Like that's good rate. But let's be real here. Like they already probably killed your elf, but if they didn't, they're gonna kill this, and then your elf is just a 1/1 again. So removal check. If you have it, you're winning. If you don't, you're losing. Is basically how this card reads. Which I guess is probably what standard is about nowadays. I don't know. Eily, Eternal Pilgrim, one white, 1 black, core cleric, legendary, 2/3 death touch. 1 sacrifice another creature, you gain life equal to the sacrifice's creature's toughness. 1 white, 1 black, 1 colorless, sacrifice another creature. Exile target non-land permanent. Activate only if you have 10 life or more than your starting life total. This card is a reprint, and this card saw no play the last time it was in standard. This might actually see standard play this time around just because of how stuff is, but we've seen stuff like this before, but like sacrifice in white black is not something you wanted to be doing. Is that until EOT or permanently? Until end of turn. Yeah, like, sure. The death touch is not nothing, but like it doesn't have lifelink, and sacrificing what exactly? Like your Forsaken Miners, your what? Like typically what you want to be sacrificing is like big dumb creatures, but white black in sacrifice is like really, really cheap stuff. And then having like Braids or the Viper, which I think are not good cards anyway. So like I'm trying to find a place or a home for this, and I just don't see it. I don't know. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just like I don't know what deck would want this, because the exile another non-land permanent is good, but like you're generally not getting to 30 life. That's just like really unheard of in standard. Is all I'm saying. Not saying it's bad. It's just I don't know how you're doing that in white black, to be honest. Like I could see it in like the Bats deck where like everything has lifelink and you're gaining life and you're doing all that stuff. But like even then, I played against those decks and they never get to 30 life. So I don't know. The Bloodfell Caves. This is multicolor and colorless. Like by the way, I just jammed them all together. These lands have been reprinted. You got them. We get the tap lands that enter and gain you 1 life. Be happy. Boros Charm. This is a reprint. 1 white, 1 red. Instant. Boros Charm deals 4 damage to target player or planeswalker. Permanents you control gain indestructible until end of turn, or target creature gains double strike until end of turn. Chat, this card is absurd. All right. It's in standard, chat. And I think that's why you didn't see it in any of the Explorer anthologies, is because they were going to reprint this. They probably had that in their head, like, hey, we're gonna reprint this thing. So this card's insane. The red decks are gonna play it, the burn decks are gonna play it. 4 damage is not nothing. And double strike is also not nothing. So even the permanents being indestructible is okay, but generally you're just dealing 4 damage. That's usually the mode that you're choosing. So it usually goes 95% of the time. Boros Charm deals 4 damage. 3% of the time, double strike, in 2% of the time you're doing the permanents. But there's a lot of exile effects. That's why the permanents gaining indestructible doesn't matter. And double strike only comes up if like you only have 1 creature and it's going to deal more than 4 damage, which is very rare. But I would not be surprised to see this in the prowess decks or the burn decks or the mono red decks that are splashing a color, because this card is just very, very splashable and easy, especially when you're already playing like Lightning Helix and stuff like that's already in standard. Cloud Blazer is a reprint. 1 white, 1 blue, 3 colorless human scout, 2/2 with flying. Whenever this creature enters, you gain 2 life and draw 2 cards. This card was like a huge staple in the blink decks in standard prior to, and it's the same thing here. I don't know if it's going to see play this time around because 3, 4s, and 5 drops have gotten much better than the last time around. So I'm very skeptical about this, but we have like a lot of blue-white blinky stuff in this format. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this as like a sideboard card or something where you need this against control decks or slower mid-range decks where you need something to draw cards with and just keep blinking it, because we do have, you know, Charming Prince and Twinning Twins and all this stuff to keep bouncing creatures and blinking them and stuff. But this thing has been outmoded by a lot. So I wouldn't be surprised to see it. Just like people try it, but Consuming Aberration, 1 black, 1 blue, 3 colorless horror, star. Aberration's power and toughness are equal to the number of cards in your opponent's graveyards. Whenever you cast a spell, each opponent reveals cards from the top of their library. Whenever you cast a spell, each opponent reveals cards from the top of their library until they reveal a land card, then puts those cards into their graveyards. This card's kind of weird. So, I'll answer that question afterwards. So I would venture to guess that this card is kind of stinky because it's a 5-drop. It's big, but it doesn't do anything. Now, I will say though that in other formats, maybe, but like 5 mana is a lot, man. Like, even in historic, it's a lot. So I don't know, like, revealing a land card is like not nothing, especially against like lower to the ground decks, but because like they can't kill this thing, you know what I mean? So like they can't kill it, and then that's like your sideboard strat is like they have like a couple of cards in their graveyard, and then it's like a 5/5 or a 6/6 and they can't kill it. And then like the next turn you play like 4 or 5 spells and then you kill them. That's what this card seems to me, like a sideboard card against aggro. Other than that, like this card is kind of stinky. I got nothing for you. In older formats, I got nothing. Like, I think it's just cost too much. But in standard, I could see it as a sideboard card. Because, like, it costs too much and doesn't do anything the moment it enters play. Because just getting go for the throat is just, like, shitty. My boy, look what they've done. Darksteel Colossus, in other words, Buckethead or Iron Giant. 11. Artifact Creature Golem. Trample, indestructible. If Darksteel Colossus would be put into your graveyard from anywhere, reveal Darksteel Colossus and shuffle it into your owner's library. 11/11. So when this was in standard, this was in Darksteel, and it was in tandem with Tooth and Nail. And I lied to you, Dome. I'm gonna speak on that after I talk about this card real fast. It saw standard play due to Tooth and Nail, and it's probably in again for the that green spell that puts into that's close to Tooth and Nail. But like, gone are the days of big dumb trample indestructible creatures, because those are not just good anymore. So it's a cool nostalgia to see, because like you never cast this for 11, you always put it into play and cheated it into play. But like, you're not putting this into play. You can't cheat it into play from the graveyard because it can't be put there. So it's cool nostalgia, but way outmoded. It's not on Arena, so that's why I think it's like a big deal. And Cube card and Brawl and Commander. That's really it. ETB gain 2 life, draw a card. How much mana should that cost? Well, if it was a rare, it would not cost 5. Probably 4. Yeah, probably 4. But it wouldn't be a creature. It'd be a spell. Because there's a 4-drop that does that. It's a 2/3. You gain a life and draw a card for 4. But I would think that'd be a 3-drop. Because, like, you're getting 2 cards. You're getting a creature and you draw a card. And the gain life is, like, sort of like gaining a card. So. But they can't make it like a 3/4 or a 4/4 or anything like that. It's just, like, too good. So. Drugskull Reaver, 5 colorless, 1 white, 1 blue spirit, 3/5 flying, double strike lifelink. Whenever you gain a life, draw a card. This card saw a lot of play in standard as like a control finisher, but your 7-drops need to win the game, and this isn't doing it. Control decks are playing cheaper stuff to get around this, and it doesn't have protection, and removal spells are a dime a dozen for 2 and 1 mana that just get rid of this easily. And I could see this as a control card that you bring in the control mirrors of the slower mid-range deck mirrors, where they cut like a lot of their removal, and you bring this in to kind of sideswipe them. But like I've already talked about a lot of blue cards that already do this, so like 7 mana is just too much for this card. And people were talking about it as like, yeah, we get our control finisher back, and it's just like, nah, man, this card sucks. Like, I don't think you understand how good creatures are and how good spells are today. Like, when this was printed, it was printed like 10 years ago. A majority of these cards that you're seeing are just like 10 years removed, and they're just outmoded in every way. And like, they're in here for nostalgia purposes, and that's really it. Dryad Militant, hybrid green or white, Dryad Soldier 2/1. If an instant or sorcery card would be put into the graveyard from anywhere, exile it. Chat, this card's gas. Like, I don't know what deck wants this, but White Weenie, getting an instant or sorcery to get exiled is not nothing. And not only that, it's from anywhere. So like, if they mill it, if they discard it, if they do anything, it gets exiled. I don't know if this is more relevant in older formats or whatever, but this is like a hate card that like people just skim over, and they're just like, what do I do with this? And it's more for like, for example, the mill deck, or any of the control decks where they like rebuy stuff, stuff like that, where this is like, it just is unassuming. It's a 2/1. It's aggressive, and it's a soldier, which standard still has soldier stuff around, and it's a 1-drop. That's like the thing, is like standard didn't have a lot. Soldiers' main problem is it didn't have a lot of 1-drops. So here's another soldier that you get with the other soldiers in the format that kind of like soldiers kind of like disappeared for a little bit. And here's a 1-drop that's a 2/1. It's like a Savannah Lion that also dealt with stuff. Now, to be fair, also, this is symmetrical, meaning that if an instant or sorcery, it's any instant or sorcery. Like, you don't really care because you're just a creature deck, obviously. But if that mattered to you, well, now you have to be careful. Like stuff that have flashback or stuff like that. But yeah, I like this card a lot. I just don't know what deck wants it, because we're not really dealing with that too much in standard, but older formats, that might be relevant too. Alendra, Saint of Dusk. Why do I want to say green? 1 white, 1 black, 2 colorless, legendary creature, vampire knight, 4/4 lifelink, hexproof from instance, chat. As long as your life total is greater than your starting life total, Alenda gets +1/+1 and has menace. Alenda gets an additional +5/+5 as long as your life total is 10 greater than your starting life total. So I got trounced on social media and other places saying this card sucks. Listen, chat. What is the major mode on removal in this format? Outside of some of the white cards. They're all instants. Torch, cut down, go for the throat, anoint, Withering Torment, and many others are all instants. Witchstalker's Frenzy, instant. Obliterating Bolt is a sorcery. There are others that are instants that deal 4 damage. So you are going to have another way to deal with this. You're going to have some sorceries, because if you don't, you're going to get buried by this real easy. If you're at 21, it's a 5/5 with Menace. That is huge, chat. Huge. This card's going to get annoying. Like, people are just going to be like, yeah, textproof from instance, who really cares? And it's like, I don't think you understand, like, you're going to have to deal with this. And if you don't, good luck. This card's good, chat. Empyrean Eagle. 1 white, 1 blue, 1 colorless, bird, spirit, flying. Other creatures you control get +1/+1, 2/3. This card saw play before, Fringe, Standard, whatnot. And it was good, but I think we're outmoded by this by now. Dying to cut down still sucks. Dying to every 1-mana removal spell is kind of shitty, but we've seen this before, and it's better on a creature to have a lore than it is for others. But you don't have the main reason why you were playing flyers to begin with, which is there was an angel or a flying something where you paid 4 mana and tapped a flyer and then put it into play, and then all your flyers got indestructible. That's not in this format. So Empyrean Eagle is kind of like one of those cards where you play it, you hope it doesn't die. If it does, you're winning. If you don't, then you're basically behind. At least you're playing all flyers, which goes with Healing Hawk or Healer's Hawk, which was something that was with this card. But if it's playable, it's in Standard. But generally speaking, I think we're outmoded at this point. But it did see play, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it here too. Fiendish Panda, 1 black, 1 color, or 1 black, 1 white, 2 colorless, Beer Demon, or Bear Demon, not beer. Ha! Cute. Not thinking about that, by the way. 3/2, whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. When this creature dies, return another target non-bear creature card with mana value less than or equal to this creature's power from the graveyard to the battlefield. Well, at least we know that you can't anoint this, and if you cut this down, I get another creature. So this creature is not that bad. I don't know if you want this on 4, because generally your 4 drops want to be better than this, but there's a lot of life gain synergies with white-black, and this might be relevant, but you have better options that give like the Pridemate stuff, but being able to get back your other Primates in white-black is not nothing. And we do have very, very insane like the Moon Veil card. I think the 2-drop Spirit that every time you gain life, you get a +1/+1 counter. You can get that back with this if it dies, and moving, counters and stuff. So yeah, seems good. Helena Elena Partners is back. 1 green, 1 red, 2 colorless. Legendary creature, human ranger, 2/3, first strike, reach. Excuse me. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter, or put X +1/+1 counters on another target creature you control, where X is Helena's power. That creature gains haste until end of turn. I would like this a lot more. This card was very good the first time around in Standard. This time around, I'm a lot less on it. I'm not saying it won't see play, just the fact that this dies to cut down a 1-mana removal spell is just so bad. Like, you're going to get owned by that. It's going to happen. People are going to play Helena Elena and then just get, cut down. Hooray. Like, the other removal spell back then for black, I don't remember what it was, but it did not deal with Helena Helena. So, cut down does, and that's annoying. When cut down rotates, however, this card's going to be good. Just, you got to wait till cut down goes away. But still playable. Still playable. You'll see it in green, red aggro decks. And yeah. Heroic Reinforcements, 1 red, 1 white, 2 colorless sorcery. Create 2 1/1 white creature, white soldier creature tokens until end of turn. They gain haste and +1/+1 until end of turn. Yeah. This card was good last time around, and it's fine, standard, whatever, and very good against sweepers. Probably a little bit less good now, but still good. Probably good in the Caretaker's Talent decks. And that's probably it. Like, it's probably outmoded then. Yeah, it was one of my favorite cards to play in Standard when it was around. Because I was like a big token fanatic, and still am. Immerstrom Predator, 1 red, 1 black, 2 colorless, Vampire Dragon, 3/3 flying. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard and put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Sacrifice another creature. This creature gains indestructible until the turn, tap it. When this creature was in, this is a reprint. When it was in the first time, this card was very, very good. It was hard to kill. This time around, I don't think so, because there's a lot of exile effects in this format. So it's good as a sideboard card or a graveyard or incidental graveyard hate. Still good. I think it's probably a little bit less good than like Archfiend of the Dross or whatever, because it's not a demon. And like big flyers are like a big thing now, and this is kind of small. So I'm not saying it's bad, just you're going to have recursive threats to make this big enough against Archfiend and other flyers that are big. But don't sleep on this card, man. Rakdos has these good cards that just magically show up and they're still good. Coma World Eater, not a reprint. Coma is back. 2 blue, 2 green, 3 colors, so 7 CMC or 7 mana value. Legendary creature Serpent, 8/12, weird. This spell cannot be countered. Trample, Ward 4. Whenever Coma deals combat damage to a player, create 4 3/3 blue serpent creature tokens named Coma's Coil. Okay. Like, it does a lot of stuff. It has a lot of text, but is it good? Like, the can't be countered is fine, but like, what? Is this good, chat? I don't think this card's good. Now, what I will say, though, is that this card is annoying if you can get it out early. Because, like, if you're able to put this into play on, like, turn 4, turn 5, or turn 6, like, Ward 4 is not nothing. Ward 4 is a lot. Like, Hall of the Storm Giants to land with 7 mana, like, Ward 4 is a lot. Having Trample, so you're going to get those 4 tokens, so this might be like sneaky good, but you're going to have to put it into play early. Like 7 mana is just like too much. Because you're not going to kill somebody from 7 mana on 8 power. Like, it's cool that it can't be countered. Like, that's cool. Because, like, you can't, like, Disdainful Stroke in and stuff like that. But, it's still difficult to use. Like, I'm not saying you want to cast this, but having Ward 4 is not nothing. And you would much rather put this into play early. And there's a lot of, like, reanimation stuff that are, like, 4 and 5 mana. Kaikar Zephyr Awakener, 1 blue, 1 white, 2 colors, legendary bird, wizard, 3/4 flying. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, choose 1, exile another target creature you control, return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step, create a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying. We see cards like this all the time, and we've talked about a couple that do the same thing with about non-creature spells, but running creatures to blink and do all this other stuff, and you run into the squeeze. People will try it and play in blink decks and find out it's not good because they don't play enough non-creature spells. But what I will say, if there is something with this card, is you can play creatures and play like Esper or Esper or Jeskai or like 3-color decks that have like a lot of adventures. So like you get that non-creature spell esque from this card and then be able to play creatures with it too. So it's not like, I'm not saying it's completely garbage, but it's pretty close. Lathril, Blade of the Elves, 1 green, 1 black, 2 colors, 2/3, legendary creature, elf noble, menace. Whenever this deals combat damage to a player, create that many 1/1 green elf warrior or creature tokens. Tap 10. Elves you control, each opponent loses 10 life and you gain 10 life. This is a reprint commander card. This card's not good enough, man. This is put specifically on commander for commander players and brawl on Arena. So moving on. Leyline X, 4 equipment artifact. If this card is in your opening hand, you may begin the game with it on the battlefield. Equip creature gets +1/+1, has double strike and trample. Equip 3. Chat, I'm telling you right now, this card is like better than it looks. All right. For one reason and one reason only. Fervent Champion. This is low-key decent, yes. In older formats specifically. This card sucks in standard because there's no Fervent Champion. But in older formats, I'm telling you, people are going to try it. And turn 1, Fervent Champion, turn 0, Leyline Axe equip, deal 4 damage on turn 1. I'm telling you, Chad, it's gonna suck. You're gonna get owned by it in Pioneer. I'm telling you right now. And you might see this in Historic. I'm telling you, this card's this card's good. And yeah. This card's good, Chad. I'm telling you. Book it. Get ready to get owned by it in older formats. Probably not good enough in standard because there's no way to reduce the equip cost, but anything with Fervent Champion, good luck. Maelstrom Pulse, reprint, 1 green, 1 black, 1 color sorcery, destroy target non-land permanent and all other permanents with the same name as that permanent. Chat, this card is always good no matter what. And the last time it was in standard, it was good there. This is your run-of-the-mill, mid-range removal spell for anything. And when I say this card might actually be good, this card's good. Like, we already have a similar card in standard right now. It's white-black, but it's for tokens. That card sucks. Pulse is much better than that card, like by a mile. Even though it exiles and this one doesn't, I'm telling you, Maelstrom Pulse, people will think twice against green-black playing multiple Archfiend of the Drosses and multiple annexes and multiple stuff when they go Maelstrom Pulse and destroy your whole board. Like, that's how good this card is. Like, I'm telling you, Maelstrom Pulse is going to be playable and it's going to be good and people are going to run it. Sideboards, main deck, you name it, still good in standard, book it. Mortify, not so much here. 1 black, 1 white, 1 colorless, instant destroy target creature enchantment. This card was good the first time around. It's been reprinted. I think this is the 3rd or 4th time it's been reprinted as standard, and it was only good the first time. It has not been good ever since, and it's still not good here. You have better options at 3 for Mortify, and 3 mana to kill creatures or destroy enchantments is just not good. Now, why is this different than Maelstrom Pulse? Well, because Pulse can get the same card, because there's a lot of 4-ofs in this format. You know, 4 Archfiends, 4 Unstoppable Slashers, 4 Unholy Annexes. Like, there's 4-ofs everywhere. And you can nab multiples. Mortify, you can't. So, and you already have a white-black spell that exiles any non-land permanent. And if it gets tokens, it gets all of them. So I think this is like a lot worse. And it's seen play before, but maybe as a one-of. It's been outmoded for a while now. Niv Mizzet Visionary, a new card. Niv Mizzet has like 9 billion cards. 1 red, 1 blue, 4 colorless legendary creature. Dragon Wizard, 5/5 flying. You have no maximum hand size. Whenever a source you control deals non-combat damage to an opponent, you draw that many cards. This is a commander card, man. Being a 5/5 is a lot worse than being like 6/6 or 7/7 for 6. And no maximum hand size doesn't really matter. And non-combat sources are more for like, you know, burn spells and all that. And there's no infinite combo, I don't think, with this card. And even if there was, 5 toughness is not where you want to be in this format with Stalker Frenzies and Scorching Shots and all the stuff that deals 5 damage for nothing. And also just gets hit by Go for the Throat for free. Perforating Artist. 1 red, 1 black, 1 colorless devil, 3/2 death touch. Raid at the beginning of your end step. If you attack this turn, each opponent loses 3 life unless that player sacrifices a land, non-land permanent of their choice or discards a card. I seen some people talk about this in the Rakdos sacrifice set. Chat, don't put this in your deck. Don't put any of these choose cards in your deck. Don't put Braids in your deck. Don't put Viper in your deck. These sacrifice cards, the majority of them are trash. Don't put them in your deck. They're all bad. I've tried numerous times. All of these choice cards, they're bad. All right? These cards have never been good. And if this was a 3/3, maybe, but it's not. So we're done. Off these cards that give your opponent choice. And there's a crap ton of them, and none of them are seeing play right now. And that's the end of it. Progenitus. Wooburg twice. So 10 mana of each, or 10 mana, 2 of each. Hydra Avatar, 10/10 protection from everything. If Progenitus would be put into your graveyard for anywhere, reveal it and shuffle it in your library. Yeah, Cut Down just eats all these creatures. Progenitus is not a standard card. This card literally is for Timeless and Commander, and Cube and everything else. The reason why I say Timeless is because Natural Order is in that format, and Mono Green now has a Natural Order target where they get to kill you with Progenitus, or having another way to kill you in Progenitus. There is no other reason for this card to exist. Like, it's not good in Standard. It's not good anywhere else. The end. Pyromancer's Goggles. 5, legendary artifact, tap, add red. When that mana is spent to cast a red instant or sorcery, copy that spell. You may choose new targets. So this card was in Standard. This is a reprint. The first time it was in Standard, it was very, very good. And it sparked a blue-red deck that would copy like multiple burn spells that would hit multiple targets, and it was pretty good. The deck was actually like almost tier 1. This time around, if there's a mono red, like if there's a blue red or red base deck that deals with those cards, this is in it. Like a big red deck or a blue red deck or something where you're like playing a bunch of these cards that copy Torch, copy a bunch of stuff. Problem is that the format is really, really fast, and you have to deal with Screaming Nemesis too. So I don't know. Might not be as good this time around, but I'm sure people will try it. Rogue's Passage, non-basic land, tap for add to colorless, 4 tap. Target creature can't be blocked this turn. There is another land that does this, but you have to sacrifice it. And this card, I'm pretty sure, is already on Arena. It's in Standard now. Probably not good enough, but somebody's going to run it as a one-of and try to run it with like Unstoppable Slasher or something that's like end the game if I deal combat damage, and try it with this, and it's just not going to be good enough. More for like Commander players and all that, but I'm pretty sure it's on Arena already. Sire of 7 Deaths. 7/7 Eldrazi. First strike, Vigilance, Menace, Trample, Reach, Lifelink, Ward, pay 7 life. Effectively, it's a 7. It's a 7/7 for 7 with 7 keywords that Ward, pay 7 life. This card is weird because most people are like, this card sucks, but I'm like, bro, it does everything. It's like, it's slightly worse than Atraxa, but not by much. Right? Like, Atraxa doesn't have trample, this does. And while Atraxa is flying, Sire has reach. So like, reach, flying, lifelink, trample, like, it's not worse. Atraxa is better because you draw cards, right? But like, Sire is like one tiny step less than that. So yeah, this card is very good in the sense of you're not trying to cast it, much like Atraxa. and you're trying to put it into play. Cheap, early, whatever. So, yeah. Card's good, though. Solemn Simulacrum, reprint, 4, Artifact Golem, 2/2. Whenever this creature enters, search your library for a basic land card, put it into play tapped. When this creature dies, draw a card. Man, when this card was around, this Solemn was so good. The first time it was around, the second time it was around, it was okay. Today, man, creatures are so good. 4 mana for a 2/2 that doesn't do anything is just ass now, man. But it's a nostalgia. And getting it to be reprinted helps Commander players and everything else. But for Standard, nah, man. You got Overlords. You got all of these things that put way better land cards into play. And pour one out for you, boy. Sorcerer Spyglass, 2 artifact. When it enters, look at the opponent's hand. You may choose a card name. Artifact ability or activated abilities of sources with the chosen name can't be activated unless they're mana abilities. This card's a reprint. It's been around for a bit. Back and forth. Original printing from Ixalan. First time around, this card was very good. It was a very good sideboard card. Very good utility to have in Standard, but a little bit worse nowadays because you're not trying to like stop that from happening. And we've had effects like this before in Standard. It just didn't see that much play. But I'm willing to be wrong on this. Soul Guide Lantern. 1 artifact reprint. We already know what this does. It's in Standard right now. But now it's going to be in Standard for 5 years. Good reprint. Good graveyard hate card that gets to stay. And for years to come. Good card. In all formats. Not just Standard. Soulstone Sanctuary, land, tap for colorless, 4. This land becomes a 3/3 creature with vigilance and all creature types. It's still a land. Chat, this land is better than you think it is. So, better than Stalking Stones, way back when from Standard. This is better than that. And all creature types is not nothing. With Unholy Annex, you being able to have a random, being able to have random demons in utility is just awesome. Because, yeah, you get to have this and not something that dies to cut down or anything else that much. And it's a land. So having lands that have utility that also kill your opponents and synergize with Unholy Annex is great. And that's mostly what I would do with this. I don't know what else you would do with this. Also, yeah, not for any older format because Mutavault. Like this is basically Standard's version of Mutavault. Swiftblade Vindicator, 1 white, 1 red, human soldier, 1/1 double strike, trample, vigilance. So this is a reprint also. First time around, it saw like no play. I think it's gonna be better this time around. Because prowess is a thing, and this card is what you want. The first time around, there wasn't that many good prowess type spells nor creatures to do that with. Now you got something that has to be answered, right? And while red white is not the preferred method to prowess, hey man, it's still a method, and this might push it over the top. You never know. But having vigilance and double strike and trample. Where if you don't kill this, you don't care if this dies to cut down, you don't care about any of that. All you care about is, do I untap with this with prowess stuff? If I do, good luck, because I'm going to kill you next turn. The temples are back. It's unfortunate that we got these as opposed to all of them, as opposed to other lands like flip lands or something else, but all the temples in all colors, basically the 10 are all in this set. I just put one of them on here. I'm not going to show all 10, but they're back. 1,000-Year Storm, a commander card. It saw a little bit of fringe play in Standard. 1 blue, 1 red, 4 colorless enchantment. When you cast an instant or sorcery spell, copy it for each other instant or sorcery spell that you've cast this turn. You may choose new targets for the copies. It's basically a storm card. Every time you cast an instant or sorcery, it basically adds another. And yeah, it saw play a little bit. It's a fringe playable card for Storm. More for Commander and Brawl, but hey man, somebody's gonna try this. It always happens, and you see it in standard. Arena players will try it and be disappointed when it doesn't work because it's a 6-mana do nothing. Trigon Predator, 1 green, 1 blue, 1 colorless beast, 2/3 flying. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, you may destroy a target artifact or enchantment that player controls. So when this, the first time around, this card was very good. Better in like cube and limited and stuff, but in standards before it was fine. It was a very good sideboard card. Today, I think this is a little bit outmoded. It could be a sideboard card for sure, but blue-green is not really like fiending for an artifact enchantment hate card. Because they got like Paw Patch, Dispatch, and like all sorts of other stuff. So Trigon Predator is kind of embarrassing in this format now, considering like it's a 2/3. Like it was good when, you know, 1 mana removal spells didn't really hurt this. You had to have 2 mana removal, and then it was kind of like, you know, that juke or whatnot. But man, oh man, dying to cut down and 1 mana, all the 1 mana removal spells is just, it's not good. But I'm sure it'll see play. Wardens of the Cycle. 2 green, 1 black, 1 colorless elf warlock. 3/4 morbid. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died this turn, choose 1, draw a card, lose a life, or you gain 2 life. So normally I would not put cards like this on here where they're 4 mana do nothings when they enter the battlefield. But this to me is a sideboard card that you bring in against like heavy removal spell decks where you're like, you're playing this early because you're playing elves, and then now they have to decide whether or not they're going to kill their early elves or they're going to kill this. And if they don't, you're just going to keep like drawing cards. But I don't think you play this main because 4 mana is a lot, especially in standard, and it doesn't really do much when it enters the battlefield. And like you could do this, you could juke them where you like attack or, you know, do something before you attack and they kill a creature, and then you bring this out and they like have no removal and then you draw a card, that type of stuff. But more for sideboards than anything else. But yeah, just for standard. Wiltleaf Liege, 1 triple hybrid green or white. So effectively you can pay 3 green, 3 white, 2 green, 1 white, 2 white, 1 green. 4 CMC Elf Knight, 4/4. Other green creatures you control get +1/+1. Other white creatures you control get +1/+1. If a spell or an ability an opponent controls causes you to discard this card, put that onto the battlefield instead of putting it into your graveyard. We already have this effect in Obstinate Baloth, and it sees fringe play. For elves, this is like a sideboard card for elves against like Liliana and like Hopeless Nightmare, stuff like that. So yeah, this might see play in elves as like that card that you play that you're on like the draw and they go turn 3 Liliana and make you discard and you're just like, ha, getcha. That was basically what it was in standard, but it actually saw main deck play back then. And last but not least, Zamone Paradox Sculptor, 1 green, 1 blue, 2 colorless, legendary creature, human wizard, 1/4. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures you control. 1 blue, 1 green, tap double the number of each kind of counter on up to 2 target creatures and or artifacts you control. Chat, this card is so close, man. The fact that this thing dies to cut down is embarrassing, but like, if you're able to dodge that, cool, but this is a commander card. It's too slow. Like, if it costs 3, cool. There's a reason why this card costs 4 instead of 3. And they nerfed it probably because it was probably a little too good on 3. And they're like, well, we got to make it on 4 because it's too good. Or maybe it was 3 and it was just like, well, maybe we need to make it a commander card instead. I don't know. But this is a little too slow. I've seen people talk about this card like, well, it could be a 2/5 at the beginning of combat. It's like, yeah, but if they're going to kill it, they're going to kill it on the turn you play it because they have the mana, right? Yeah, I just think it's too slow. Even if they don't cut this down, it's still a 4 mana 2/5. Like, it's not like the greatest thing on the planet. Now, if you're able to get to that point where you're able to untap with it, now you're starting to see. Because this gets out of control, but it takes a couple turns for that. And that's where the slowness comes. If this costs 3, then it would be good. But I think at 4, it's a little too slow. And that's it for Multicolor, Colorless, and Lands. What does chat think about this set? We went over this in two different days, but try to do it in 30 minutes. We did it in like 40, 45, so I'm sorry. Hola. All right, chat, you get to decide. Do you want to brew foundation decks or do you want to play standard? I'll let chat decide. Because we got maybe an hour. All right, we got one for standard. One for standard. I say do something odd and unique. You know what I would do? End the stream right now. That's odd and unique. Or cube. That's another thing we could do is cube. You little shit. I'll give it like a couple more minutes and then we'll standard if that's what chat wants. All right, standard it is then. All right. So I've been playing this Rakdos Sacrifice deck for 2 different seasons. Now, prior to this season, I was playing it off and on in the rungs of platinum and gold and whatever, and this deck like seems to be doing well. But the 2 main issues that I've have is with prowess and the blue black demons deck specifically, just because I can't apply enough pressure to kill them. But I also have been drawing pretty bad against both those decks, so yeah, I'm just trying to find a sideboard plan. And then I figured oh crap, Foundations is like next week, so this deck's gonna be obsolete when it happens. But let's have some fun. But it got me out of bronze or silver all the way to platinum last season when I was barely playing. This hand's kind of bad. I just have like one removal spell. I'm probably supposed to keep this though. People love their green-black decks, man. Oh my god. Am I gonna get owned for this keep? I'm just not drawing a land or something to use. Fuck. Saved. Saved. They do realize that I can kill this, right? I don't need a land, because that's a tap land, so... That's fine.
This is my home, and I don't appreciate it when people touch my things. Off you go.
Off you go. I'm probably supposed to kill this. I'm probably just dropping the Verge. Or maybe a Vengeance? Because, like, I'm going to get hit by a Cottage next turn, I think.
Knew this was
I became a little bitch. Sometimes this deck just makes no sense to me, man. Like, where are all my one drops? Where are my sprinters? Like, God, sometimes this deck irritates the fuck out of me. I really want to just Restless Vents and just not draw and then just Vengeance this. Okay.
happy to help. But
They're
I
playing
don't
multiple Lilianas, which seems like incredibly wrong.
crowds.
I have to imagine that they have removal here. I don't think I have a choice though. I guess if they had removal, they would just use it, right?
Oh, that's my cue to leave.
I would really like a 1-drop, please. This fucking God bless America, man. Oh, man. I don't think I've ever lost to this deck. To green black. I drew my 1 of bargain. This is one of the reasons why I went to 1 is because I kept drawing it because I had like 2 or 3 and I kept drawing it, so I kept going to 1. And I keep drawing my fucking preachers. Drew my vengeances, but like I had to discard 1. Like even if it doesn't matter. I think we're dead here. Like I can see them just like activating. Oh, they're just not gonna do that. Okay. Yeah. And then remove Breacher. No, just no. Come on, man. I think I don't attack with vents. I think I just look for a removal spell on the top. In what universe would you... Okay. This player's bad, but all right. All right, I drew no removal. Cool. And Liliana's, that makes no goddamn sense, but sure. I guarantee you they're on like the creatures or whatever. Seems like they're on more spells than creatures, so maybe Duress is worth it. I know I want Furnace Rains in this matchup. Well, on the draw, I don't think I want Annex. I think I just want Duresses on the draw, and then on the play, I just want all of my Annexes, because I want them to Duress me. Sure. I forgot how I sideboarded in that matchup, to be honest. this hand's good enough, I guess. This card's so fucking bad, bro. So bad. I'm drawing so many lands, bro. Shit's annoying. Okay. 22 lands. Where are all my 1-drops, bro? Like, where the fuck are my 1-drops? Okay. This card has been rotting in my hand because I haven't drawn any of my 1-drops. No nightmares, no spy film. Like, I literally have like 13 1-drops for this fucking card and I haven't seen any of them. Yeah, I think here I just play Chamber again and just play a tap land and just say go. And then next turn, Preacher. Sure. Eat shit and die, bro. You got it. Oh, fuck yourself. So basically what I have to do is I have to duress them and then play Preacher, Vengeance the Glissa, and then Mirth. Yeah, I play Mirth, sacrifice this, draw 2 cards. Yeah, this is so dumb that I have to do it this way. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I can't play Preacher now because... Oh, wait, yeah, I can. This is so goddamn dumb. You're just not gonna attack at all? Okay. We're in such bad shape because I draw my top end cards. So they just turn their Restless Cottage into a creature. Preacher is fine, I guess. I drew so many lands and it's gonna matter now. Sure. Your move. Of course. And now I'm gonna draw all my 1-drops that I kept saying that I needed. I can't believe I'm gonna lose this deck. I legitimately have not lost a green black in forever because I've not drawn this incredibly bad against them. I just keep drawing fucking lands, bro. It's insane. Bro, get the fuck out of here with this shit. I've drawn 30 cards and I've seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 lands. I literally have less than 10 lands in my deck. Never drew any of my Furnace Rains. I might go to 3 Furnace Rains again. Yeah, we're dead. I got thoroughly trounced because I never drew any of my cards that mattered against that matchup. I can't believe I lost to them. Yeah, Duress is just bad against them. I should have just, yeah. I don't usually board in Duress against them because it's usually bad. Usually I just board in Furnace Rains and Unholy Annexes, and that's probably what I should have done. Because it basically comes down to who draws. Because my removal is better than theirs. Because I have more ways to deal with their shit than they have for me. And yeah. So I just know now never to play duress against them again. Which I should know. It's sort of like playing the mid-range matchup when you sideboard out like Thoughtseize and shit. Imagine drawing 1-drops in your deck. Okay. So this is how this is going to be today. Yeah, I need to get all these losses out, so I'm going to keep. I'm just going to take all the losses for the deck. That's fine. I mean, I'm something like 1,000,000% against. Oh my god, I drew a land. Is this just like mono red? God bless America. Every time I do this. No, it's just prowess. And that just give him trample anyway. I hate this deck so much. Xaxes, wow. I mean, I wasn't dead, but I was pretty dead. Because basically I had to draw removal there and hope they don't draw another flyer. And I'm at like 3 life. So we're pretty dead. This card's pretty good against them. Drew 2 tap lands. It's not good. My opponent mulls to 5. Yeah, I think here I just Shieldred's Edict them, I guess. Forge? This card's so bad, bro. Like, legit, this card's terrible. Yep. Yeah, I don't think I played this yet. I think here... The question is do I want to... Like, I always want to hold up one spell. Like, Torch for this thing. Because, like, it can't go bigger, but then... I think I'm supposed to play Preacher here. So I could take 2 from this, it's fine. Sure. Wow, bro. So fucking good at this game. Ooh, I fucked up. I just realized I screwed up. So what I should have done was I should have Shieldred's Edict them and then brought one of my sprinters back. So I effectively lost 3 points of damage. Wow. I didn't consider that until it just happened. Autopilot. I basically punted. I mean, now I'm kind of committed. I mean, there's no way that I'm not blocking. So if you have the removal, like. Oh my God, you're so good, bro. Fucking hate this game, bro. I can't attack now. Hopeless Nightmare or Final Vengeance. Both cards literally do nothing here. I guess technically Hopeless Nightmare does because it puts lethal on the table. Can you fucking brick one time? That's a brick, right? Yeah. So I got a 4 here. That's game, right? Yeah. No, that's not game. God, Double Strike is so good, bro. God, this deck is so fucking annoying. The chances of them drawing another land is like rare, so how? Like basically all they have to do is block one creature, which basically they block Sprinter. Well, they really can't, right? And I have like so many black sources. And I can't go to 3. Yeah, I can't attack here. Right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I can't attack here. Wow. Okay. So I guess I just torch Emberheart here because any spell they draw, I'm dead. Basically. Like they draw Shock, they draw Slick Shot, I'm dead. Because they just give something trample. Because I have to kill this. I guess I can do this. Alright, that works. And then hopefully they don't draw a spell. Yeah, we're dead. Why would you do that? What are you doing? Why would you do that? My opponent's dumb. My opponent had lethal last turn. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what my opponent's doing. Yeah, we're dead, right? Yeah, we're dead. My opponent had lethal like 2 turns ago, and they just, yeah. They never bricked, like ever. Yeah, that's gonna be it. Yeah, basically those 2 games that we played against, I drew absolute ass. I sideboarded wrong against green black. No, for the future, never sideboard in duress against them, because duress is absolute shit against them. Because you're not the control deck, you're the aggro deck, so duress is not very good against them. And all you're trying to do is just basically stay on par with them, and then you just take one of their. You have to be able to kill all their stuff. So like Affliction deals with their tokens, Shieldred's Edict deals with their big creatures, because your torches and your vengeances, your torches and your bargain deal with their small shit, and then Vengeance, Shieldred's Edict, and Annoy deal with all their demons. And then you have Furnace Rains and Annexes to block. Because basically they do the same thing, but it didn't seem like they were on Annoyance. It's just like they're on Liliana's. Like they're playing worse. And like I basically drew like the worst two hands that I could have drawn. And then against Prowess, it's just that's the way that the hand goes. Is they legitimately played Forge, and like Forge is pretty bad. But like I had to kill it because I had like no other creatures to block with. And then they rip Obliterator, or they rip Obliterate off the top. And then I don't rip any of my Obliterators like at all. Like, yeah, it was just like 2 games of just getting shat on, which happens. It's not a big deal. But the match against green black, like I just sideboarded wrong. The only time that you do the duress thing or the sideboard play draw is against demons, like blue black demons, because the duress is slow enough to stop them from annexing, and then you need the front, because like you don't need the annex because they can't get rid of yours, but against green black they can get rid of your stuff, so you need the 4. And then against them, if they duress it, it's kind of like whatever, because you need to be able to answer their demons, and like you have to have basically Furnace Rains to kill them. Because basically if they get to 6 mana and they're not at like 10, then you're just basically done. So, yeah, it happens. I was trying Obliterator against the mouse deck, against the Prowess deck, and so far, every time I've drawn Obliterator and cast it, my opponent has had a way around it. I'm 1-1 against them. The opponent that I beat, when they basically, all they had to do, they had the win, they just fucked it up. All they had to do was continuously grow their Hardfire mouse with Innkeeper's Talent and get it to like a 20/20 and then attack me with it and sack it and kill me. Like, force me to block, essentially. Which I couldn't do. So like, I block, they sack all their permanents, Hardfire mouse is at like 15 power and then kills me with it. But yeah, those games, like I drew basically all my preachers and all my annexes and like all my merts and all my lands and never saw Nightmare Mage or Percussionist or like any of my sprinters. Just like half my deck. Um, that glitters is gold. But yeah, the deck works fine. Like I said, my win rate's huge. Like it's still high. Yeah, I lost 3 in a row. Damn, that's crazy. How did I lose another match somewhere? I only played 2 matches. How am I 8-4? Like I was 8-1. What the hell happened? Whatever. Yeah, this deck's not tier 1. It's just fun to play. But you have good matchups against like most of the format because you're just like you basically do what everybody else does, but your removal's better and you're more efficient. Just those games, those matches, bro, I haven't drawn that bad in a while. So, but it's natural when you get to platinum, your deck just stops working. Mythic Spoiler didn't even have all the cards? Oh my god, bro. Mythic Spoiler, you're fired. I'm never using you again. This is like the second time this has happened. So remember that 3-drop sacrifice outlet that I was telling you about that was only for Jumpstart? Apparently I lied. But like WotC's card viewer is so fucking cumbersome to use. Yeah. Okay, so that sacrifice card that I told you about, the dropkick bomber, yeah, that's standard legal. Cause reasons. Is there any other card I missed? Incinerating Blast. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's in the main set. Like okay. So yeah. I found the tweet that you were talking about where Yeoman posted it and it had the foundation symbol and I was like, I didn't see that on Mythic Spoiler. So I went to the Foundations WotC's official card viewer, but like I said, I don't use this thing because it's so fucking cumbersome to use to get cards because like they post every single printing of a card. Bro, Atali itself has like Atali has 3 printings. Extral Duplicate has 4 printings. Chandra has 3 printings. Like, I don't want to see that shit. It's trash. All right. Well, we tried. We got beat up. It's fine. Like, I probably will not be live tomorrow. It depends. Appreciate the follows and people hanging out today. Who are we gonna go raid? Is there anybody on that I like? Let's go find out. Let's go find out. Jaffer is live. Jaffer's mythic already? Jesus. Alright, Jaffer, motherfucker. Yeah, I'll be back hopefully tomorrow, but most likely Thursday. If you like this kind of content, it's going to be more standard, more stuff to do. And yeah, I might build a couple decks to try and standard. Because the sacrifice deck will be a part of it. And then probably like one of the scam decks and then something else. So, all right. Down to Jaffer. Friend of the stream. Friend in life. Never met him, but we call each other friend now. So, cool shit. All right. Catch y'all later.